Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Aren't I a good guy?
Well, never could.
Interest.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl. Fucking bitch.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Consequences.
I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
This is full of Pepe.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Put your drum up.
Right now.
A what now?
Don't even play. How rude.
Winter is coming.
Come on.
I think it's a great game. For being said.
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
China. Have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Here we go.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Facebook.
I'm staying in the race.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Are you not entertained?
A what now?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Well, here we are, once again. It's been a whole day since we've seen each other, which means we have quite a lot to talk about. So let's get right to it, space fans. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts as we travel through unknown territory. Well, look at us. Sunday FUNDAY already. Good to see all of you. Moen Nope, Look Bovine, Soul Life, First, Second, Third. Aaron W, Close Fourth, Robot Cat. Bob Carmody, PB. Orb Rumor, Pyramid 7. Donald James X, Narwhal by Nature. So many people. So many beautiful people here. Alright. Well, let's try and have fun while also informing ourselves of the stuff that's happening out there in the world. Suppose we'll start in a familiar place. That being the United States. I guess we'll start with this story. A difficult one to have, but an important one for sure. Shockingly, hosted by the Forbes Breaking News Network. This is actually, I'm not even going to call them the Forbes Clip Factory at this moment. Later, maybe. But at this moment, they appear to be doing some light journalism here. They invited Ben Crump, civil rights attorney, on to discuss the verdicts in the death of Tyre Nichols.
And well, it's been 1 year. It hasn't been as long as some of these cases can drag out. So actually, they have gotten what many would consider some form of justice. This happened in January 2023. 29-year-old Tyre Nichols being pulled out of a car. A number of police officers, 5 were there, some EMT workers. And just if you could just walk us through a little bit of what happened and who's involved, who's been convicted. I know a couple of the police officers also have pled in this situation.
Yeah, Tyre Nichols' mother and father and their family are very grateful that the jury returned guilty verdicts on charges of all 5 of the police officers that were charged in the beaten death, the brutal beaten death of Tyre Nichols. It is one of the most heartbreaking videos of police brutality ever because it's so senseless. Tyre is asking them, what did I do wrong, while they're plummeting him? And at one point, he just says, can I just go home? I mean, he was less than 100 yards from his home, from where his mother and father was there waiting for him. And he never made it home because of the punches, the kicks, I mean, the denial of medical assistance, the denial of humanity. And that's why we're here. After the video came out, because it was captured on a poll camera video, and it came out and people were speechless. President Biden had his parents at the State of the Union address to say that this is beyond the pale for even what we as Americans have become accustomed to with police brutality and excessive force on people of color, especially Black people. And so finally, you had the federal trial brought by Christian Clark, who is head of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, and their assistant U.S. attorneys. in Memphis, Tennessee, is where they had the week and a half long trial, and 2 of the officers pled guilty. That was Martin and Mills. And then Haley was also found guilty of violating Tyree Nichols' civil rights. And then the other 2 officers were found guilty of conspiracy. And it's very important when you think about the conspiracy claim, because the conspiracy claim allows for all of the officers to be in prison for up to 20 years. And that dealt with them conspiring, lying, falsifying police reports, because their police reports were completely contradicted by the video once it was released. And so you had this Scorpion unit.
Yeah, and we've seen that in many cases. It's not just this one. They just happened to get caught this time. Also happened in the brutal shooting death of, oh no, I can't remember her name. It was just a couple of months ago. Do you remember the woman was shot in her kitchen by 2 police officers after calling for help? I don't know why I can't remember her name right now. That's really frustrating. Sorry.
This special ops unit that seemed to be trained on violating the constitutional rights of Black people in a certain part of town in Memphis, Tennessee. And there was compelling, riveting testimony that this policy, these actions that you saw Tyree Nichols suffer, were condoned all the way to the top. So the verdict, they say a mixed verdict. I think it was, as his parents said, a good verdict. All of them was taken into custody. All of them were convicted of the federal charges. They still have state charges pending for second-degree murder.
Okay. I think that's about all we need out of that particular video. Too many? Yeah, absolutely there's too many of these sorts of cases. And what do they call it? Some semblance of justice? Suppose that's a good description of it. Now let's go to this disturbing story. I'm sorry we're doing this on a Sunday FUNDAY. And the fact is I actually meant to do this one earlier this week, a couple days ago. This came out 4 days ago from CNN. It's a very short video. It's literally a shorts video here. Suspected neo-Nazi white supremacist gang members arrested in Los Angeles.
One of the largest criminal takedowns in Justice Department history against a suspected violent neo-Nazi white supremacist organization. That's how authorities are describing this massive takedown today in Los Angeles that's resulted in over 40 people being taken into custody, authorities seizing bomb-making materials, drugs, as well as guns. In a sweeping federal indictment, group members are accused of racketeering, drug and guns trafficking, as well as financial fraud. Now, authorities indicated there was no imminent plot to conduct an attack, but they did say
this group has as its mission to plan attacks against racial, ethnic, religious minorities. They fund that through various criminal means, including financial fraud, including drug trafficking.
Sorry. Hold on.
Tragedy to take action.
Now, these
sorry. I did not mean to do that. I was opening up Twitch. I realized I didn't have my window open for Twitch, and now I'm on my page. Why am I on my own page? Now I'm watching my own stream. I can hear myself. That's not helping at all. There we go. Fixed it. We have 21 likes. Oh, that's a good time to deal with that. What's that? Can't see it. I think that's a John Wick. That is... I think that's... Is that Astrid? I think that's a John Wick and an Astrid. Oh my god, I'm on. I don't have my Twitch chat open. There we go. Alright. Alright, good. Hold on, let me give you your... Oh, it's not an Astrid. Sorry, it's an Archer and a Neo, or was it Bill? I think he's Bill, right? Bill from Bill and Ted, or John Wick, or any of the other things people suggest Keanu Reeves happens to be from day to day. Or, let me go back. There we go.
There was no imminent plot to conduct an attack, but they did say
this group has as its mission to plan attacks against racial, ethnic, religious minorities.
Illegal.
They fund that through various criminal means, including financial fraud, including drug trafficking. We are not going to wait for the next tragedy to take action.
Now, these arrests come as officials have warned about a heightened threat environment. The FBI director said he can't remember a time when so many different types of threats were elevated all at once.
Okay. Pause. I'm gonna go right to this actually, but hold on. Before we let this go, I'm gonna let's pause it? The pause?
Yeah, the election is
okay. Just want to make sure I get you all of your support characters. That would be unfair if you didn't get them. So, there we go. All worked very hard for this. This is sort of related to the last sort of video relating to political violence.
The election is a month away. One, I'd like to know how you're feeling about how this election is going. And then also, do you have confidence that it will be a free and fair election and that it will be peaceful?
Two separate questions.
Very much.
I'm confident it'll be free and fair. I don't know whether it'll be peaceful. The things that Trump has said and the things that he said last time out when he didn't like the outcome of the election were very dangerous. If you notice, I noticed that the vice presidential Republican candidate did not say he'd accept the outcome of the election. They haven't even accepted the outcome of the last election. So I'm concerned about what they're going to do.
Are you making any preparations, getting security briefings related to domestic security?
I always get those briefings.
All right, we gotta move on. All right, guys, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Do you want to reconsider dropping out of the race?
I'm back in.
I'm staying in the race.
Honestly, that's the best joke he's made in months, maybe years. It was perfect. It's amazing.
24th Street in Washington.
Yep, I'm back in. I'm back in. Okay. All right, now let's go here to the. I have no idea. I think this is some sort of a local Phoenix station, WAAY 31 News, from 2 days ago. Giant statue of Donald Trump appears in Phoenix. Well, let's see what that's all about.
24th Street in Washington. Car repair, car rentals, self-storage, dispensary, and what is that? Did you drive? You're like, that is a 43-foot Trump.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, I need to take a picture of it.
All day. People driving by, laughing, taking photos.
But you can't get in, so there's no way to see it.
Oh, you can see it. It's a giant
You
statue
can definitely
Trump,
see it.
naked. And yes,
You just can't get, I guess, directly up to it. I mean, this is. I mean,
apart from this thing being naked, it's also.
I mean, look how much effort went into this. It's a literal crane. This is. We're talking about a serious effort. Now, I assume it's a rented crane, although I suppose. I mean, it does appear to be at a private business, so it could be that this person owned a crane, but you would think they rented this crane for some. I mean, they're just not just giving these cranes away. Pretty sure like a daily rental for one of these things is at least a couple $1,000. But using it to hold up this apparently very heavy Donald Trump statue, completely nude, in all of its well, I don't know if glory would be the right word.
Don't be creepy.
Knows everything. But don't worry, we won't. But apart from this thing being naked, it's also, well, it's huge. 43 feet tall, suspended from a crane in an empty lot. It's so tall we can see it from the 12 News Studios roof camera. Heck, we can see it from the newsroom.
That can't be an accident. That cannot be an accident. There's no way. There's no way that's an accident. That's like some like Better Call Saul shit with the I don't know if everybody here has seen that show, but during it Saul Goodman puts a billboard up intentionally in a spot where somebody's gonna see it that he knows will see it and get upset, and or and in this case they made it pretty clear, I guess, that they wanted the news to catch on to this situation, which I mean, totally fair. It's a lot of effort put into this.
News Studios roof camera. Heck, we can see it from the newsroom.
But I just think that it is extraordinary.
Extraordinary and mysterious. The dispensary says it's not theirs. The person at the lot would only say it's just being stored there. But here's what we found out. The dispensary was apparently in Las Vegas a few days ago.
Is it a political statement or I don't know what it is. But hey, Vegas, anything can happen in Vegas.
According to multiple media outlets, it's an art installation from an anonymous artist called Crooked and Someone claimed the beauty artist told the Las Vegas TV station it
Green New Deal got in there third on Twitch. Well done.
Called Crooked and Obscene. Someone claiming to be the artist told a Las Vegas TV station it weighs 6,000 pounds and is made out of foam. At the time, the Nevada GOP called it deplorable and offensive.
6,000 pounds of foam. Think about it. I mean, foam is, historically pretty light substance. To get that much of it in one place. This must have cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to do.
Made out of foam. At the time, the Nevada GOP called it deplorable and offensive. The Arizona Republican Party did not respond to a request for comment. We don't know if it's here to stay or if you'll see it somewhere else around the valley. But we do know this.
It's real.
William Pitts, 12 News.
It's real. That's right. It really is real and disturbing. But also hilarious. So many emotions felt by just that, and that's art, right? That's art. Oh God, no. God damn you. Every time that this song plays, swear to God, this dude, I keep forgetting his name, but the dude who made that America, whatever it's called, America the Great song, I forget what that is. I forget the name of it, but let's just say, it's the one that Donald Trump plays every frickin' rally and speech. Okie dokie. Are we having fun yet? Because I felt like, I know we started it off a little slow. Not a lot of fun at the beginning. Police killings and neo-Nazis. But I feel like it's starting to turn around. Let's go here now. This was at Donald Trump's rally in North Carolina from a couple of days ago, where he gave a military-heavy audience a fiery speech. Now, I don't know why it was a military-heavy... Oh, I remember why. Because it was right outside of Fort Liberty, I think.
I'm going to promise to you, as I said at the beginning, that we're going to change the name back to Fort Bragg, because I think when that word gets out, I just see this great-looking soldier just accidentally said Fort Liberty, and he got almost booed the hell out of the place. That was not good. We have a great military, and we have a military that's not woke. You may have a few people on the top that are woke, and we're going to get rid of them so damn fast your head's going to explode. I think I'm going to stand. This chair is the most uncomfortable chair I've ever. First of all, it spins. And the one thing I don't want is to fall on my ass, because that will be the only story. They'll say, sir, you did great.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't let it get all the way through. Wow, he's coming up with a conspiracy about the chair because he's scared of sitting in a chair.
Help, I'm being repressed.
Donald Trump, You heard it here first. Scared of sitting in chairs. Apparently the deep state putting spinning chairs out there is some sort of a trap, I guess.
First of all, it spins. And the one thing I don't want is to fall on my ass, because that will be the only story. They'll say, sir, you did great. Too bad you fell. That would be the only story. So I'm not sitting in that sucker. I think it's a booby trap. That was put there by Kamala.
Wow. Kamala herself put it there. Wow, now that's a deep state conspiracy. Good God. Who knew the swamp had an IKEA? But also, if you don't know, Fort Liberty, which used to be called Fort Bragg, was named after, I believe, a Confederate military officer. And so that's why they changed it to Fort Liberty, because it represented something bad in our nation's history. And apparently Donald Trump is going to go right back to that, because he's sick of people being too woke. God dang it with your song. Stop. What just happened? Why did you just go back to this one? I don't even want this one. So rude.
How rude.
So rude. Alright, now let's go to that Butler, Pennsylvania speech we've been all hearing so much about. This, however, was from a day ago. Trump supporters in Butler, Pennsylvania, reacting to his return to their town. At least I think this was... Either way, it's Trump supporters reacting to him returning to Butler. Could be wrong about them being in Butler. Although it would appear to be in Butler. Considering that. They're still making the Let's Go Brandon merch. I wonder if... do you think they're gonna... Hold on, I'm sorry. Do you think they're gonna have to start discounting the Let's Go Brandon merch? Because at this point, I mean, Brandon's gone, right? Joe Biden's leaving office. He's gonna be gone in a few months. Probably never hear from him again. You know, probably just sort of disappear into the tomes of history. I feel like these signs are going to start really they're going to have to start doing some real bargains on these things. You know, 3-for-1 type of, you know, going out of business sales here with the LG Brandon signs. Good God. The entire economy is going to topple.
It's absolutely historic. You know, he was just millimeters away from being murdered last time he was here, and to come back and finish that job and talk to the American people and kind of show that strength, that leadership that we need in the United States, I think it's breathtaking.
I'm here for Trump. He is a great man. He'll bring our country back the way it should be. We were here last time, and we just found it was very important to be here again to support everyone.
Okay. Not even going to switch screens on you. Let's go here. Associated Press to kind of keep us sort of on our seats here. Not going to go straight to the speech. See what I'm doing? They will go broke for not being woke.
Illegal.
Lee, thank you very much, really, and thank you, a very big thank you to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania, and as I was saying, just to let you know that tonight I returned to Butler in the aftermath of tragedy and heartache to deliver a simple
They're all over
to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of...
Oh, God. They don't want to be seen as not having these roofs covered this time.
Wow, this might be overkill. tonight to deliver a simple message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of America. Our movement to make America great again stands stronger, prouder, more united, more determined, and nearer to victory. Exactly 12 weeks ago this evening on this very ground, a cold-blooded assassin aimed to silence me and to silence the greatest movement, MAGA, in the history of our country, MAGA.
It's not actually clear that that's what happened. I mean, he did try to kill Donald Trump. Why he did it still is pretty unclear.
Harrowing seconds during the gunfire, time stopped as this vicious monster unleashed pure evil from his sniper's perch, not so far away, but by the hand of Providence.
So descriptive. Wow. This feels like a Stephen Miller speech. The hand of Providence, really? That's got Stephen Miller written all over it.
By the hand of Providence and the grace of God, that villain did not succeed in his goal, did not come close. We fought together, we have endured together, we have pushed onward together, and right here in Pennsylvania, we have bled together, we've bled.
All right, now let's go to the Elon speech. Which is a very interesting...
Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
That wasn't weird at all. Nothing about that was weird. I didn't find him jumping up and down strange. Not even slightly. And because I didn't find it strange at all, we're not going to watch it at quarter speed, just for fun.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, nothing weird about that display there. Totally normal. If there's a hell, it's this. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm done. Go back to normal speed.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot.
Well, yeah, he was fist pumping after being shot, but he was also afraid of a spinning chair. Just moments ago, he just got done seeing Donald Trump being terrified of a supposed deep chair conspiracy.
And another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight! Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave. And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to take away your right to vote effectively. You got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So, how are you supposed to have a good...
Okay, so for like the next few minutes or so, Elon Musk here goes on and on and on about how we need voter ID laws and a bunch of other garbage. And then I think somewhere around here, starts saying some even more concerning stuff.
For a reason, okay? So, nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe their vote doesn't count. Well, it does, okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes, 500 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know to register to vote. I believe that's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because it is the one takeaway, more than anything, that will matter is getting those registrations and then getting everyone you know to actually vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest. Just be a pest to everyone you know.
Okay, this is the thing that actually concerns me most about this endorsement. I mean, granted, it's probably not going to tick that much for Donald Trump. But Elon already has like an entire army of people who, before him saying this, were already pestering people online. Like that was, I mean, to some degree, like Elonistan, like all the way, like that's to a T, right? So him telling his people to go out there and pester people more, that just seems problematic to me. Doesn't seem like a good idea to encourage these people.
So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest. Just be a pest to everyone you know, people on the street, everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Oh, you got a little kiss from Donald.
What a great guy. And he'd rather be making rocket ships, because he'd really rather do that. Nobody better. I think he's got 90.
Him and Elon seem very close. JD and Elon. Did you see the way when he walked straight to JD? He's like, oh, gotta go talk to my pal JD. Who is this blonde chick? And where is Usha?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Where is Usha? Did they replace Usha, you think? They're like, you know, she's not polling well. Gotta get you a white blonde lady in there.
What a great guy. And he'd rather be making rocket ships, because he'd really rather do that. Nobody better. I think he's got 90% of the rockets that go up. But Elon, thank you very much. Incredible. What he says is true. What he says is true. You know, we're all having fun here tonight, but if we don't register and if we don't vote, we're just going to look upon this as another sort of nice day in our life, but it won't even be a nice day. We're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. We got to win. It's, as he said.
He's really trying to get into the psychology of his base. And like, hey, we put so much time and effort into this, people. Going with the gambler's fallacy here. We've put time and money. I mean, how many millions of dollars have you people spent on my merch? All those FJB stickers. Come on. If we lose, it's going to be real bad, people.
It's not important. We have to save our country, so you have to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. You got to get your friends and vote.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, most of that speech seemed to be about genuinely forcing, not forcing, but getting the vote out there for Donald Trump, seemingly.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the...
why didn't you pause sooner? Always throwing me out there under the bus. All right, now, staying with election politics, let's go here to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar and crew. Let's go, this is from actually a week ago, discussing key state elections to follow going into November 5th, which is less than a month away now.
Report joining us now from apparently his basement, Aaron Kleinman, Director of Research for the state's project at Future Now. Aaron, I get the sense that you are, welcome back to the program, of course.
Thank you.
I get the sense that you have been like in wherever you are right now for like months. Have you seen outside of like the daylight that's streaming through that picture right there behind you?
Oh, it's so
beautiful
nice
day
outside.
here on the shores of the Gowanus. It's a beautiful day.
Oh, that's a gorgeous view from his window right there. You saw a Cybertruck in Harlem? Sure. That makes sense. That makes sense. It checks out. I mean, yeah, and Curtis Siwa is from Queens or something like that. You know, there's all sorts of... New York City is a tapestry. It's a true melting pot of all the cultures here available.
There you are.
Just a few little red clouds here.
Yep.
But, you know, we've been very busy here trying to figure out what's going on in this election. And you guys might not believe it, but it's actually very close out there.
The election. My understanding is that the election is close. Yes, between Harris and Donald Trump.
You only hear that every second on cable news because it's usually them trying to get you to tune into something next. But it is close as well.
Well, let's talk about, you know, some of the other elections on the ballot here, where it's also very close. Now, are you guys familiar with the Washington top 2 primary, for example?
No.
So every August, Washington has a primary election where the top 2 vote getters from every primary advance regardless of party. And every vote in the state gets a ballot mailed to them.
Google says 1,000. Right. So technically, full monetization happens at 1,000, but in some countries, like the United States, if you get to 500 with a certain number of other metrics, which we met months ago, things like watch hours, like 3,000 watch hours. We have like 15,000 watch hours on this channel. We basically hit every metric aside from subs, right? 500 will get you partial monetization. You'll be able to do memberships with, you know, like emotes and stuff like that, as well as super stickers and super chats. Then at full monetization, you get ad dollars and stuff like that as well. So it's kind of complicated. In some countries, it is just 1,000. There is no opportunity to get partial monetization. I think they realize that certain markets give them more opportunities to get some revenue going, like the United States. So that's just my estimation of why they're doing that. But yeah, we'll get there at 500, which we're getting pretty close to now, like 150 some odd subs to go. Made it a long way since the beginning.
mail it back in, and they have like 60% turnout or something. And so it ends up actually being very predictive of what happens in November. And the results from this August's Washington all-party primary, and it ends up being very predictive, not necessarily of the presidential election, though certainly there's a correlation there, but really of kind of the ballot as a whole. And what it's showing is that Washington looks like it may be a little more Democratic than it was in 2020, which is a good sign because, you know, hopefully it moves in line with the rest of the nation. 2022 results, however, showed that Washington was maybe getting more Democratic than a lot of places that shifted red, but also in 2022, the Midwest blue wall states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin all shifted blue a little bit. And they have a lot of areas that resemble Washington state politically. If you think about kind of rural Washington state and rural Wisconsin, a lot of similarities. And so that ends up being very predictive. And so we're kind of hoping that it'll be, you know, something like it'll probably be close, but we're hoping that especially in some of those blue wall states, we can hopefully lock in some gains at the state level. Whereas, you know, in the Sun Belt where you saw a little more backsliding in 2022, either we can kind of get back to, you know, 2020 results or, maybe even exceed them. So, but again, you know,
what do you think
doing
accounts?
polls, but if you look at kind of the data on the ground from that, for example, it's just a very close race. And we're trying to get out there the message that, you know, our candidates really support you and your situation. So, yeah.
So Washington State, if I understand you, Washington State is somewhat predictive of how this top two candidates election is somewhat predictive of how Democratic turnout and enthusiasm is trending in some of the more Rust Belt states, the ones that are sort of like latitudinally, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, well, what accounts for like the Sun Belt states sort of backsliding a little bit? And is it a function of like, was there COVID migration?
I don't think it's that necessarily. I think the Sun Belt 2022 backsliding a little bit came from, I think, partially just the lower propensity voters there maybe are a little more Democratic. But also, if you look at Arizona, for example, it was a good year overall in 2022 in Arizona, but we didn't flip the state legislature. And part of the reason why was that Republicans actually turned out at a higher rate in Arizona in 2022 than in 2020. But it's just that, or relative to Democrats than 2020. But there were so many just extreme right-wing candidates like Blake Masters and Carrie Lake that, you know, independent voters and some Republicans ended up voting for Democrats in those high-profile races.
Okay, hold on. Let me push us through a little more of this. Can't just blatantly sit here and watch Majority Report videos in entirety, even though I might like to. It is Sunday Fun Day after all. But I think here's probably a decent spot.
Especially at the state level, we're really trying to, you know, get candidates to emphasize, you know, voting for these candidates at the state level is going to deliver, you know, those things that you just mentioned about Tim Walz's record. And so I think, you know, certainly having him out there is an example of what a state government can do to make, you know, a state a better place to live. Because, I mean, if you look at Minnesota, you know, it's not just, you know, you can rattle off all the stats you want about, you know, the policies he's passed, but Minnesota just, you know, it's becoming a better place to live. It's got, you know, better schools for your kids, easier to get ready for them in the morning because you don't have to make a lunch. You know, just cleaner air, cleaner water that you breathe and drink. It's just, it's a good vibe in Minnesota. And you can get good vibes in your place.
How much that free lunch is.
It's not just an economic issue.
It's not just an economic issue. It is a big difference.
It is a quality of life issue. Like, again, that goes like abortion is a quality of life issue. And so I think if you're running on quality of life issues, that's how you win. And so, yeah, that's kind of what these candidates need to do. And by the way, you know, Harris Wall's campaign, they've raised more than $500 million since she became the de facto nominee. if you look at a state like, for example, Wisconsin, right next to Minnesota, which is trying to get on Minnesota's level because they
AI never gets the fingers right. I mean, honestly, I've seen instances of them getting the fingers right. It's improved since the days of the, what do you call it? Like oh my god, my brain just broke. The Will Smith spaghetti videos and stuff. I mean, it's not, it's certainly not perfect. But it's definitely not that bad anymore.
They have fair maps for the first time in decades. The candidates they are going to need to raise like a 1/10 of a percentage point of what she's just raised in the past 2 months to close their budget gaps. And that's why we are here at the States Project to try to help them do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, how do you guys, what is the process that you go through, right? I mean, I presume there's a lot of races where Democrats are challenging Republicans that could swing maybe or edify control over the state government. How do you guys have some type of like algorithm where it's like, okay, this person has a 75% chance of unseating this Republican, and all we need in this state are 2 seats, and so this is where we're going to dedicate our research? Like, how do you guys decide who you're going to fund? I assume it's targeted, not sort of like broad. Like, I mean, there has to be a reason why you're stuck wherever it is you're stuck in. I know you just put up that picture, but but you're in there. What numbers are you crunching?
It's electoral demographic information mostly, and public and non-public, some proprietary data. And you're right, we do have an algorithm that kind of spits out all sorts of kind of likelihoods, because I think it's good. I don't want to be all Nate Silver here talking about the river and the village, because I think that's kind of a little out there.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh man, oh. You should consider yourself one of the lucky ones, Sam. But basically, you want to think about in terms of percentage likelihoods of something occurring and what you can do to impact that. And so, I think about what we can do. As a small group, not we're not like Mike Bloomberg or something with billions at our disposal.
There's some very big picture stuff here, though. I mean, talking about the mathematical assessment of where to allocate funds, essentially, in political elections, and the outcomes, the likely potential outcomes, and all of that. Honestly, to some degree, this is, to me, is fascinating. I don't know if it's boring everybody out of their seats, but I do find it really interesting.
Like, well, where can we improve the odds the most? And state legislatures are where we, and when we go out to grassroots donors, it's hey, I'm glad that the Harris Walz campaign raised more than $500 million. But also, if you're looking for a place to spend like $20 or $100 or even $1,000, it goes so much further at the state level where they just need fewer resources.
Ow.
But yes, so we look at the electoral demographic information, we kind of assign likelihoods, and then we look at candidates where they're willing to use evidence-based tactics to.
You don't want to be Nate Silver or even close. Not a fan of that sort of minutia. I understand. It's pretty. It's a little dry. Not gonna lie. All right, let's keep it moving. We do have plenty of things to talk about here. Although we will be going back to money in politics at some point here. Let's go here. Here is Forbes breaking news. El Clip Factory del Forbes. This is Tim Walz departing Minnesota en route to California. And that's literally it all this. It's a low stakes video, just to sort of, give us a moment here to refresh ourselves. How is everybody? Since it's Sunday Funday, I decided to give us a couple of things like this, where I can just sit here and talk to you momentarily, but still keep it to politics, or whatever topic we happen to be on. But sometimes it's good to just not have super high stakes things happening. We have a lot of stuff going on. We got the election coming up very soon. I'm sure plenty of people are feeling anxiety about all these things, and, doesn't always have to be super high stakes here. You're speaking more on a personal level. Okay, that's fair. I don't honestly know Nate Silver all that well. I just, what's the word? Sort of tangentially know him. Like, I know he's in politics and he's like sort of into statistics and things like that. But beyond that, I could barely give you one other piece of information about the guy. Okay, now let's go to this. 6 ABC Philadelphia. From 5 days ago. Jimmy Carter's birthday. Jimmy Carter turns 100, becoming America's oldest living president.
I'm staying in the race.
To honor a man who has spent decades volunteering to build homes for others, it would make sense on his 100th birthday to build some more. This week, as America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter reaches centenarian status. More than 1,000 people are volunteering with Habitat for Humanity in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Oh my god, that was really fun. I don't think you did this on purpose. You're saying Nate Silver is Jewish and gay. Reading that to myself, I immediately... Have you seen... what's his name? John Mulvaney's joke, his stand-up about a gay homeless person telling them about themselves. It reminded me of that. I'm not going to do the whole bit or anything like that, but if you're not familiar with that, just look that up, because that's exactly what that reminded. Oh god, I almost want to play it now.
To build some more. This week, as America's 39th president, Jimmy Carter reaches centenarian status. More than 1,000 people are volunteering with Habitat for Humanity in St. Paul, Minnesota.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
After his lone term in the Oval Office ended in 1981,
tell me
Carter,
3 other things about him.
Who passed away last November, began a new chapter of serving the country. In other words, they got to work on volunteering. A few years later, they set up the Carter Work Project with Habitat for Humanity. They also established the Carter Center, which just hosted a huge benefit concert a few weeks
Thank
ago.
you. Thank you. For a second, I thought they were going to play that longer. They're like, nope, we got the same problems.
Like the Peach State's own, the B-52s. That concert will finally air today, but so far it has raised more than $1.2 million for the international programs of their foundation. However, you will not see America's longest living president in the audience. He remains in hospice care, where he has been for over 1.5 years now.
The tumor was only about 2.5 cubic centimeters.
It's hard to not be inspired by the nation's first former president to reach the century mark. In 2015, he announced that his skin cancer had spread to his brain. Thanks to his relative health and strength, as well as then new developments in immunotherapy, he was able to beat the odds. Now, as the country spends today celebrating the resilience and selflessness of its longest-living former commander-in-chief, here is how he'd like to be remembered.
Well, I'd say peace and human rights and treating everybody the same has been...
God damn, Jimmy.
...will be my legacy.
How is he giving the spin? He's just out there. He doesn't give a fuck. But it looks like he ran into a tree at about 20 miles an hour. Jesus Christ, man.
selflessness of its longest-living former commander-in-chief, here is how he'd like to be remembered.
Well, I'd say peace and human rights and treating everybody the same.
He's just out here working on houses, NBD.
Not surprisingly, President Carter has the record for living the longest after his time in office at 43
The tough
years.
old guy right there is what that is.
Up next is Herbert Hoover, who lived for
Up next is Herbert Hoover. He's still alive? You're kidding me. I thought Hoover was dead. You're joking me. that comes as a surprise. I knew Jimmy Carter was alive, but wow. Okay, that's weird. How old would that make him? What? No, wait. This is not making. What? Am I losing my mind? When was Hoover in office? So the third? I thought it was like. God. Okay, whatever. Maybe I didn't hear him right. Is this the one? Wonder if I'll get copyright struck for this. Will John Mulvaney copyright struck? Copyright strike.
Instant.
Okay, I mean, it goes on. You don't have to listen to this whole thing. But that was when you said that Nate Silver was Jewish and gay. I was like, oh my god. Would tell me 3 other things about him. But yeah, if you want to, I mean, there's more to that sketch. But not really a sketch, a joke. Anyway, let's keep things going here. What do I got next for you people? Quick Melania Trump tidbit here. You might not be aware of this, but Melania Trump may have revealed something of a bombshell recently in her new memoir. Let's see what it is.
I'm proud to be the most pro-life president in American history.
Donald Trump has repeatedly taken credit for appointing the 3 Supreme Court justices who helped overturn Roe v. Wade. He believes abortion rights should be an issue for states to decide. And then there's Melania Trump. She revealed her support for abortion rights ahead of releasing her memoir, putting her at odds with the GOP and her husband. In a promo video posted on her X account, the former First Lady defended women's, quote, individual freedoms. Melania Trump rarely shares her views in public, and she's largely been absent from the campaign trail. But according to The Guardian, there are excerpts in her memoir where she says the decision to end a pregnancy should be left to a woman and her...
Do you remember Be Best? Oh god, that was a hilarious moment in history. Oh boy, I sort of... It's almost a nostalgic moment when things were maybe not that much less complicated, but it was just fun to laugh back then, to talk about Be Best. Everybody be best. But I find it hilarious that, you know, she was this open about this. I assume that there was some sort of clause inside of her post-nup, or what's it called? Yeah, I think it's called a post-nup, because her and Donald Trump have done like 5 post-nups. I assumed in there it was like, also, do not say anything that could potentially, affect the election negatively for Donald. And I feel like that tidbit, although maybe with Trump's, base, they perhaps rightly, don't think that Melania Trump's opinions matter, in a, sort of patriarchal way, right? Where Donald Trump probably isn't going to do anything based upon what Melania wants, right?
Rarely shares her views in public, and she's largely been absent from
Whoopsies. There we go.
campaign trail. But according to the
Why do you? Whoa! What are you doing? Stop this nonsense.
In a promo video posted on her X account, the former First Lady defended women's, quote, individual freedoms. Melania Trump rarely shares her views in public, and she's largely been absent from the campaign trail. But according to The Guardian, there are excerpts in her memoir where she says the decision to end a pregnancy should be left to a woman and her doctor. On Thursday, Donald Trump said that he had spoken with his wife about the book and told her to, quote, go with your heart. The national abortion group SBA Pro-Life America denounced her stance. The Harris campaign, on the other hand, noted her husband's role in ending Roe v. Wade. The memoir is set to be released Tuesday, October 8th.
Wow, that's coming up quick. That's in 2 days. It's also almost October 7th, at least on the East Coast. Certainly will be very soon. It's already October 7th for much of the world. Okay, what else do we have to do? All right, let's go to this one. Just for some fun. Is this dead president's ghost whispering into Donald Trump's ear? Well, let's find out. Is McKinley in Donald Trump's brain?
Matt, I'm going to need your historical expertise because Donald Trump's, for some reason, obsessed with William McKinley. He's been mentioning William McKinley quite a bit for some reason, including in this clip. This is an interview he did with Dave Ramsey. This is how he's been trying to sell his idea for tariffs to the public, which include things like when he said he wanted to impose a 200% tariff on John Deere products that were manufactured in Mexico.
I just want to jump in and say one thing about William McKinley. He was assassinated.
So that's maybe Trump's feelings. Trump's feeling spiritual connection.
That's actually not a bad point to bring up, though, because is this recently he just started bringing up McKinley for the first time? Because then you know what happened.
Frantically Googling.
He was Googling other presidents that got assassinated. And he landed on McKinley, and he read about him for the first time in his life.
Yeah.
And now he's using him because he has this new knowledge to show off, and he wants everyone to know that he knows who McKinley is.
Or it's just the ghost of McKinley came to Trump and spoke to him. I mean, there could have been another assassinated president that came to him, like Lincoln or JFK, but they're like, we don't want any of that smoke. So.
William McKinley may have visited Trump like Jacob Marley and Scrooge.
Yeah.
And Christopher Carroll just being like, you need to mount tariffs.
Trump, you need more tariffs.
Lord, Mr. Trump.
I also wouldn't be surprised if William McKinley was really big in conspiracy circles. I haven't been keeping up with QAnon and whatever they're up to, but he was a big gold standard guy. He was
yes. Cole from Michigan says it's because an anarchist killed McKinley, so that's why. So
Antifa killed McKinley.
Not some weird vaguely
Trump,
political
you have to
but
stop
clearly
Antifa.
antisocial person that just
Yeah.
check the schedule to see which politician is in town that week.
Right, like
not exactly anarchist.
Not exactly. But here he is expressing his kinship with the late great William McKinley.
Illegal.
The word tariff to me is a very beautiful word.
Jesus Christ, I can't get through it. Why is tariff a beautiful word? It just means higher prices for Americans. It's terrible. It's an artificial way of keeping prices high for producers. Beautiful. Very best thing I've ever heard. We need to do it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Word tariff to me is a very beautiful word because it can save our country, truly. And yet, I think because of graft, because of a lot of consulting payments and other things that given by other countries, we have so much fighting with politicians on using it. I saved our steel industries by putting tariffs on steel that China came in and dumped. And you know what they do? They dump and dump and dump. Everybody goes out of business. Then they buy those businesses very cheap, and then they raise the prices to higher than they ever were. That's one of the many benefits that they have if they want to do it. But by putting tariffs on, as an example, in the furniture business in North Carolina, it was so vibrant, and they stole our business. And they charge us if you wanted to build.
No, seriously, Matt makes a good point. He's been doing this a lot recently, and it feels like he is starting to maybe deteriorate because he is getting to exactly the age at which Biden became president, right? He was pretty vibrant going in, like, the debate. He was very fiery and all this other stuff. And then throughout his presidency, he started to, as we've seen, sort of lose that spark, lose that ability to properly elocute. And it seems like Donald has been doing that a lot lately. The first time I noticed it was during the X, what was it called? What do you call those things? It was like a clubhouse thing, right? Where there was like I forget what they call it on X though. Hangout? No, that's Google's, isn't it? Whatever.
Our business. And they charge us if you wanted to build a furniture place, if you want to sell your furniture in China, they won't take it. But if you want to build a plant in China to make furniture in China using their labor, they open it. We're doing the same thing, but a lot of people like, oh, well, we don't want to have tariffs. The country was at the richest point in its history in the 1890s with all tariffs. If you look,
just gotta go back to the Gilded Age. That's when everything was great for everybody. And by everybody, I mean a very specific group of people.
At William McKinley as an example, he was a big tariff president. They had committees that were put in charge of what to do with the money. We were taking in so much money. And McKinley would say, why should we let other people come in and steal our factories and steal our workers and steal our jobs? And why shouldn't we benefit?
People keep stealing the jobs.
Other countries. And we made so much, and then they went to the income tax system later on. But they would actually have...
Did I hydrate? Yes, I hydrated a couple times. Also, did you gigantify the Buddy Christ on a raptor with a pride flag? It's a good choice. It's a good choice of gigantified emote. But yes, I did hydrate. I actually hydrated twice. I think yeah. So did you not hear it? Because, man, I could have sworn I was hydrating close enough to the microphone people would be able to hear me. It's very disappointing.
Ribbon committee. Our country was so rich, they didn't know what to do with the money.
All right. So this is rambling. All right, bro. So that's what it ends up being, right? He wants to do away with the income tax in favor of tariffs, but he still fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of tariffs. Tariffs are there to raise the prices on imported goods so that domestically manufacturing gets an advantage, and the products that are made here in the United States are able to be cheaper, so it gives them an advantage in the American economy. It's not a very it will raise prices, one, which he says he's all against, and two, it is not an efficient mechanism for raising revenue. That's
No, of course not. But the efficient ones, those are the ones that Donald Trump doesn't like. Yeah, like taxing, billionaires. So it was 9 cents. Exactly. We took in 9 cents, less than a dime. Wait, what was I going to say? Somebody else said something in chat. I can't even remember now. All right, let's keep it moving. You only hear the can crack open. Okay. Well, I'm not drinking from a can today, so maybe that's part of the problem. Ooh, another Gigantified emote by Donald James. Ooh, a Jessica. An Infinite Jessica, because of course, the animated Infinite Jessica on Twitch pops in and out repeatedly. Forever. Alright, yeah, I'm sipping some tea today. Made tea. It's a giant pot of tea. Tell me, can you hear this? Was that audible? It's about as close as I can get my drink to the microphone without literally putting it in there. Alright, well, apparently William McKinley is now deeply ingrained in Donald Trump's morbid, broken mind. You meant Trump, not me? No, I knew what you meant. Maybe what I don't know. What did I say? I don't remember what I said to you. But yeah, I knew what you meant. Don't worry. Alright, let's... Whoa, look at that. An on-screen celebration of raptors. Holy cow, that was a lot of raptors. It was just a tremendous number of raptors all flying around the Twitch screen. Unfortunately, those on YouTube could not see it. But perhaps we'll get some raptors going in chat. Alright, let's go here to Senator Bernie Sanders' YouTube channel. From 9 hours ago. Is there a realistic path to remove big money from politics? Goddamn right there is.
A what now?
What we did is we said, look, I'm called a far left guy, right? Trump has decided that Kamala Harris is a communist. I mean, totally insane. So we asked the American people a lot of simple questions about some of the major issues facing this country, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. So we said, do you think that the wealthy and large corporations should pay more in taxes? Shock of all shocks, over 70% of the American people said yes, including a majority of Republicans. Should we be surprised? No. All right.
Yeah, of course.
Question, should we raise Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income and extend life by 75 years? In other words, asking the wealthy to contribute more into Social Security. Over 70% of the people said yes. Should we raise the minimum wage to a living wage? American people overwhelmingly said yes. Should we expand Medicare? Right now, Medicare is a good program. It doesn't cover dental, hearing, and vision. Should we expand it? Over 70%. In all these instances, a majority of Republicans. So your question, I think, is, if the American people feel that way, why, A, haven't we done it? Why aren't people...
Yeah, why haven't they been implemented?
It's funny. The insurance companies don't like the idea.
No, yeah.
The rich don't like the idea of paying more in taxes. The insurance...
Yeah, those poor insurance companies who keep jacking up rates on average Americans all over the country, or canceling policies outright because they're afraid of having to do their jobs. Super weird.
Follow the rich white man.
Companies don't like the idea of expanding Medicare.
Is there a realistic path for my generation to remove money from politics? Is this something...
Goddamn right there is.
You think so?
Yeah. Money has always played a role in politics, but it was greatly accentuated by this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision.
Mm-hmm.
So we need legislation.
Yeah, so pretend maybe we do. Maybe we do. And this is the first time I think I've ever said that. And that's because of the next video we're about to watch. That's right, I put this here for a reason. Because the fact is, we've actually watched this interview in the past. Of course, this was, I think, an interview from about a month and a half ago. Maybe even a little bit further back between him and Hassan Minhaj on Hassan's channel. He's running for president. Is that what he just said? I don't think that's what he said, did he? I think he was talking about when he ran for president previously. That can't be how democracy works. And currently, it seems to be the way it works. But you're right. It's certainly an example of democracy not working the way it's supposed to. Now let's go here, because this is very interesting, and I don't know if any of you have seen this yet. This came out on the More Perfect Unions channel a few days ago. Maine's radical solution to end political corruption. And this radical solution includes potentially working within the framework of Citizens United in order to essentially strike it down, legally speaking. Let's get into this. How are we doing on likes right now, by the way?
Every single issue that's important to us as Americans gets corrupted by the way we fund campaigns. Now, the problem is the money's not coming from the average American. It's not like all of us are giving money to these candidates. Instead, they're raising this money from the tiniest fraction of the 1%.
American politics have fundamentally changed over the last 14 years.
One reason, in a word, money.
This is going to be the most expensive election year ever. Super PACs can raise an unlimited sum of money with very few restrictions. They're like these breathing monsters inside Congress right now.
It's like poison, right? It's like a drop of poison in the well.
Many people don't remember that until 2010, the Republican Party had a very aggressive climate change platform.
Who believes global climate change is serious?
I believe that global climate change is a serious
real, and I
This is so weird.
But in 2010,
hold on, I'm sorry.
Court rulings
Wait.
legalized the super
I guess I could clip it and put it in here, but I say fuck it. Let's do it now. Here's Republicans saying that they care about climate change decades ago.
The aggressive climate change platform.
Who believes global climate change is serious?
I believe that global climate change is
But in 2010, a pair of court rulings legalized the super PAC, a vehicle for corporations and billionaires to pour unlimited money into elections.
And almost overnight, the Republican Party went from a party trying to address a very difficult problem in good faith in competition with the Democrats to a party that denied there was even such a thing as climate change.
I do not think the science clearly supports the global warming theory.
With the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
Politicians have to pay attention.
Climate and
everything
are the same word.
Wants.
But now, super PACs have a new challenger, a group in Maine with a radical idea.
When I first heard this theory, I did not think it was plausible.
There are some powerful politicians and special interests that don't want to see this come to fruition.
They have a plan to use the very decision that broke our system to fix it. To understand how that's even possible, we have to dive deep into the system that has enabled money to corrupt our politics for the past 40 years. It starts at
the Senate Watergate hearings
and the departure from political life of Richard M. Nixon.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
The Watergate scandal prompted an investigation into Nixon's re-election campaign.
American Airlines has admitted it made illegal corporate contributions to President Nixon's re-election campaign.
Nixon was very focused on winning not just in a small way, but in a dramatic way. And he began to adopt policies which really astonished the public. There's a famous example of a bunch of milk producers who were upset with milk price controls.
These milk producers met with Nixon and illegally offered $2 million to help his re-election campaign.
Illegal.
And surprise, surprise, within a very short period of time, Nixon announced his change in his policy about milk price regulation.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Revelations about this kind of corruption prompted a reckoning. In 1974, Congress amended the Federal Election Campaign Act to include strict limits on donations and cap spending in elections.
So this architecture gets built post-Watergate and immediately challenged, goes to the Supreme Court.
One of the key things the Supreme Court kept was limits on donations.
In Buckley, the Supreme Court said, well, it's okay to limit contributions to a campaign because the fear is there'll be some quid pro quo bribery.
So quid pro quo, as it's currently understood, is a this for a that, a favor in exchange for some kind of governmental action. So the reason we have limits on how much you can contribute to a candidate is because if you could give $20,000 to a candidate, the risk of quid pro quo corruption would be greater.
But the Supreme Court overturned the limits on what campaigns and outside groups could spend in an election. This meant that while an individual could only donate up to $1,000 to a candidate, the candidate and their campaign could spend as much as they wanted.
As somebody once described it, it's like, well, you've got an ocean you can fill and you've got a teaspoon to fill it with. So what it did is it created this really horrific incentive, which is every candidate started to spend all their time fundraising.
Money talks in politics, and on any given evening in Washington, someone is raising money for a campaign.
But there were still some rules. Crucially, politicians were not allowed to accept money from corporations, a rule put in place all the way back in 1907. And in 2002, Congress passed a law to prevent corporations from spending money to try and influence the outcome of an election. That was the case all the way until 2010.
Tonight, as promised, a special comment on the Supreme Court's ruling today in the case Citizens United v. Federal Election Commission.
What Citizens United did is say that corporations could not be limited in spending as much money as they wanted to in the context of a political election. And that's a big deal.
In short, there are now no checks on the ability of corporations or unions or other giant aggregations of power to decide our elections.
There was just one caveat. The spending had to be independent of a campaign. The court still wanted to prevent quid pro quo bribery. So a company could buy ads in a newspaper to promote a candidate, but it couldn't give...
Okay. Actually, let me let them finish this one part, then I'm going to move it to the end.
...to a candidate. Still, one key question remained unanswered.
Could you give unlimited amounts of money to a committee that's going to spend money independently of a campaign?
And that's the Political Action Committee. And it was deemed that essentially, yes, you can. All right, let's move this a little bit further down. See what they're considering doing about this. I feel like...
is super PAC. So there we have quid pro quo bribery involving a contribution to a super PAC. The very thing that the DC Circuit said could not happen was what was indicted in the Menendez case.
It's obvious that a major contribution to a super PAC is going to influence a candidate. It takes incredible gymnastics and just an ignorance of basic human nature that any 6-year-old knows to think that it wouldn't influence candidates.
See, Citizens United actually left a key way to regulate political contributions.
So what the Supreme Court has said is if there is a significant risk of what it calls quid pro quo corruption, you can regulate it. In the case of super PACs, there is an extremely significant risk of quid pro quo corruption, so we can regulate it.
And now, a policy to curb the unchecked power of billionaires and corporations is on the ballot in Maine.
It's a very short question on the ballot. Do you want to limit to $5,000 the amount that a political action committee can accept from an individual or corporation?
The argument is not that we're trying to suppress the amount of money in politics. We're trying to avoid raising money in a way that creates the risk of quid pro quo corruption. If 1 million people give $100 to a particular PAC, that's $100 million. That's a lot of money. And that PAC will have an extraordinary influence in the political process. But it's an influence that reflects the popularity of its ideas across a wide range of the public. That's how democracy is supposed to work.
Their idea has gotten support.
This would be fucking huge, right? So if they limited the contributions to political action committees, right, to $5,000, it would essentially completely cut out the, multi-millionaire donor class right now, billionaire donor class who can afford to give, half a $500 million. How much did Elon? Didn't he offer, in the way of $500 million to Donald Trump? So, if they were limited to contributing that much to political action committees, it would completely change things. And it being put on the ballot in Maine, if it wins, which is a very popular, what do you call it? Policy, right? So it probably will pass. It will then eventually make its way up to the Supreme Court, most likely. And we will get some kind of a Supreme Court ruling on this, and could very well change the face of politics here. $5,000 is far beyond most. You're saying most people can't afford to give $5,000, and it's totally fair. But I mean, like he said in that one example, if 1 million people give $100, that's $100 million, right? And the fact is if corporations and the super rich are capped to $5,000, it drastically cuts their ability, their power in the electoral process, right? And in our system, in many degrees. Not entirely. There's still probably things like lobbyists and stuff like that. But it would also, I think, shift. It would have to, right? Because if you can't just get millions of dollars from one place at once, you're going to have to start speaking more to what voters want, right? Rather than to what donors want. But you're not wrong. There's, $5,000 is a lot of money. Most people can't just give that up out of the blue. But it's definitely true that most people can't give up millions of dollars. Most people haven't ever even seen that kind of money. I think that's the point, right? It would shift politics away from money to some degree, and away from these big money sort of galas and dinners and all that shit, $10,000 a plate fundraisers and all this, and focus it more on campaigning on the issues. I think getting people genuinely excited about you at the grassroots, like Bernie Sanders and people like that. Let's go here now to Associated Press from a day ago. Ex-Colorado County Clerk Tina Peters sentenced to 9 years for voting data scheme. So no sound?
There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again.
Illegal.
In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen.
I think that the jury and the judge got it right, but at the end of the day...
Okay. Well, that's big news there. You would like to sell a paper plate for $10,000. Yeah. I think we all would. Alright, let's go to Mexico real quick here. Talk about the inauguration of Claudia Sheinbaum, the new and first female president of Mexico, as well as the legacy of AMLO, the previous and now stepping down president of Mexico. Let's go to Democracy Now! Here from 5 days ago.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Mexico's making history today as it inaugurates its first woman president. Claudia Sheinbaum, climate scientist, Mexico City's former mayor, won a landslide victory in Mexico's June elections. Sheinbaum is a member of the ruling Morena Party, close ally of outgoing Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, whose 6-year term ended last night at midnight. AMLO, as he's widely known, leaves behind a complicated legacy as Mexico's most popular president in decades. He's been championed as an ally of Mexico's poorest communities with policies that increase the minimum wage, strengthened labor and union rights. AMLO's critics say he's eroded democratic oversight in Mexico, where his recent enactment of a contested judicial reform was met with protests. AMLO says the reform would crack down on corruption in courts, but critics argue the plan could threaten judicial independence. AMLO's also been accused of failing to see.
I find that a ridiculous suggestion. That would, making it so that not judges. Well, yeah, Supreme Court judges could be elected would somehow make it so that they are no longer independent. If anything, that's going to make things more independent, less subject to corruption. Because if they do things that are bad or corrupt, they can be kicked out of office. They don't have lifetime appointments.
Significantly address violence in Mexico, including the murder of journalists and rising femicides. Meanwhile, indigenous leaders denounced AMLO's completion of the ambitious Tren Maya project, a 1,000-mile railway that cuts through the Yucatan Peninsula, causing deforestation and environmental destruction. For more, we're joined here in New York by Edwin Ackerman, sociology professor at Syracuse University. His recent piece for Jacobin is headlined, "AMLO's War on Neoliberal Corruption." So today is the first day of Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum's presidency. Last night, the last moment of AMLO's presidency. Can you talk about the significance of both, Professor Ackerman?
Yeah, this is a historic moment on many accounts. As you were mentioning, first woman president in the country, but also coming in with a very clear mandate, having won, as you mentioned, over the election overwhelmingly, her party having secured a 2/3 majority in Congress and basically close to doing so, one short of doing so in the Senate, which is an increasing, I think, anomaly in Western democracies, at least, that are at this point sort of accustomed to political stalemate. What we have here is a
yeah, and that's often what has been like, you know, in oh my god, my brain just what was I saying? Oh my god. Well, it's Sunday Fun Day. What the fuck was I just saying? Holy shit, my brain is... What? All right, let's go here. This is footage of Claudia Sheinbaum's swearing in. This is from the AP archive. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at right now. Yes. It'd be lovely to see such a peaceful transfer of power here in the United States with you capped off with a literal kiss there. My God. I feel like the last time somebody made it into office in the United States is a little less amicable.
Protesto guardar y hacer guardar la Constitución política de los Estados.
I think she says, I think this is a complete, well, it's not a complete guess, but I think she just said that she commits, essentially, and it's not the exact word, but she commits to protect and secure the Constitution of Mexico.
Unidos mexicanos y las leyes que de ella emanen, y desempeñar leal y patrióticamente el cargo de Presidenta de la República.
Yeah, my Spanish kind of failed in there. I caught a few words, but she's guarding the Republic, okay? That's the plan. People are stoked to some degree. Not everybody, but 60% vote. I mean, that's quite a share. And Mexico's first president. First female president. And maybe America can do the same here shortly. Your first female president? Come on, America. Yeah, right. That's right, America. We can do it. Let's go back to Democracy Now! To discuss a different thing. That being Trump's border separation policy. This is from Democracy Now! From 2 days ago.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
The Spanish she was speaking was basic enough that you didn't have trouble with it even at double speed? Okay. Well, I literally have never once studied Spanish in my life, and I was going based off of my knowledge of Latin and French. So, you know, I tried. I'm sorry I can't be perfect. I truly wish I could be.
Homework number one, bourgeoisie by Falhara.
I made a huge, tiny
This
mistake.
is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show with the acclaimed new documentary, Separated, which looks at the horrors of the Trump administration's zero-tolerance policy that led to the separation of up to 5,500 children from their parents, mostly from Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, as they sought asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border. The disturbing policy was enforced as early as July 2017, months before Trump officials even acknowledged it was happening. To this day, over 1,000 children are still separated from their families, many remaining in the U.S. after their parents were deported to their home countries. This
Illegal.
is the trailer of Separated.
Separation from your parent is a profoundly traumatizing event. But systematic separation of children from parents, officially, it wasn't happening. But it was happening.
You should tell me how you got involved in all of this.
Define all this.
Their version of stopping people from coming into the country was taking children away from their parents so that people wouldn't come.
Our field staff
That is horrifying.
notice very young kids.
It is horrifying.
Age and below 5.
Anybody who can justify that sort of policy is disgusting. All right? Intentionally doing something like that to cause fear is, I mean, it's about as close to terrorism as you can get without actually, you know, shooting or bombing anyone, in my opinion. Stealing kids to cause fear? I mean, what is that? I mean, it's basic. I mean, it's at least kidnapping.
Taking children away from their parents so that people wouldn't come.
Our field staff started to notice very young kids, tender age, anyone below 5. That's kind of unusual, right?
What Zero Tolerance did was turn their helpers into their worst nightmare.
I'm being repressed!
So if you thought the child was endangered, that's the only circumstance to which you would separate.
Can't imagine doing it otherwise.
The government thought that showing the world separations through the eyes of people like me, they would scare the out of people that were attempting to come from coming. Is that the right strategy?
So if you're part of a family and you break the law, you will be incarcerated.
I've honestly never seen anything like that. There are about 1,500 kids in there.
You're a parent. Don't you have any empathy for what they go through?
We now know this was right from the get-go. Someone must have been...
I mean, I'm pretty sure... You know, I think that question was being asked of Trump. I know it was just the audio file. But, I mean, we've seen Donald Trump's treatment of Tiffany. His fatherly duty ends at, how much can you help me out right now?
Planning this.
A federal judge says the government needs to reunite young immigrant children with their parents.
We had 14 days to reunify all of the children under 5.
Their assessment form in the system doesn't have that much information. What's your mom's name, Mom? Like every mom, their name is Mom.
Do I call this child abuse?
Although now that I think about it, it might have been Sean Spicer or Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I think they're both parents as well.
Mom? Like every mom, their name is Mom.
Do I call this child abuse? Do I call it torture?
Separation was the purpose. Prosecution was the tool.
It's not over. 5 years later, we are still trying to reunite up to 1,000 children.
There's really nothing to stop that.
This is a new era.
It troubles me profoundly.
Illegal.
That it could happen again.
For more, we're joined by 2 guests.
Okay. That is just, mind-boggling. I mean, the fact that there's still 1,000 children separated from their parents right now. Over supposed border security. Oh, yeah, makes me very upset. Alright, let's now move on. How are we at? 1 hour? Oh, we're under 2 hours. We're doing pretty good. We got a few fun ones to do before we switch to the second half. Let's go here. just for I don't know, a giggle. It is Sunday Funday after all.
Why are you closed? Tell us why you're closed! Tell us why you're closed! Why are you closed? I want to go shopping in the Eaton Center! Why are you locked? Why are you closing your doors? Why are you locking your doors to the public? Why? Tell us the reason! Why? Why? Tell us the reason! Tell us putting people through this? Why? Why? Why are you
Now, I would point this
through
out to you. Hold on, before we... I point out, you notice back here, there's plenty of people actually in here. So it does appear that they particularly don't want this man inside. So, you know, I don't know why. Can't imagine.
Why are you putting us through this? Who gave you the right? Who gave you the right? By what right do you exclude the population? Why? Who are you? How dare you do this to us? We are the Toronto public. We want to shop. We want to get into the East Center.
At this point,
I think it says it's open till 7 o'clock. Why are you...
Didn't even notice. I love how that kid's like, okay, fuck it. He didn't even notice us. In fact, I'm pretty sure he thought that they were on his side.
Close. Why? Why? Tell us why. Tell us why.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Enough giggling. Let's knock it off with the laughing. All right. Okay. Wow. That dude was unhinged. Let's go to Albuquerque, where they held an international fiesta of sorts. New Mexico it is. I'm pretty sure that the mall just did not, like, they saw this guy on camera coming and they like just locked the door. They were like, oh fuck that, not him again.
Tell me a little bit why you wanted to be here.
Love hot air balloons. Where we used to live in Jackson, Michigan, and they had hot air balloons there. Went up for a ride and love it. This is cool.
Same question.
Grew up liking hot air balloons. Knew my mom liked it. Mom and Dad were coming out for the show, and my wife and I wound up getting tickets probably 2 days ago, and flew out here last minute to do this.
We're visiting our former boss, and we just learned that we would be here at the same time at the balloon festival, so we got tickets.
An exciting coincidence. We're really delighted to be here. Yeah.
And I have family here, and my kids have been here, but I'd never been here, and so I felt cheated. And I felt like,
cheated.
I want to be here. I want to see it. And when I realized I was going to be here visiting my boss, I was like, oh, yes, we're going to go, and yes, we're going to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to come there. So we were pretty excited. I just am really excited about the sheer volume of the balloons that are going to come up. From what I understand, I've seen pictures, and the excitement around it is pretty palpable. So I'm pretty excited.
Not gonna lie, I love hot air balloons. They get my steampunk vibes, my juices flowing. So for me, this is definitely a Sunday Funday clip. Okay. It would be remarkable to see all those balloons. You're absolutely right. It sounds like she was pranked. I don't know. It sounds like she's getting what she wanted, unless we're talking about different people. Oh, but you're right, though. She felt like she had been kept away from it all this time. Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay. This one's less fun, but it's not about death and destruction. It's not about, well, maybe a little bit about corporate greed. Alright, it's not the most fun story. Let's go here, where Chinatown activists are rallying to stop the development of the new 76ers arena in Philadelphia, which they claim would cause local Chinatown residents and small businesses great problems.
The mayor announced her endorsement of the arena, and it was not necessarily a surprise to those of us who've been fighting this for 2 years, but it was still disappointing. I think still shocking to think that, you know, a mayor who was supposed to represent the entire city would choose to support this project that could destroy Chinatown.
There's less of a retail shop in Chinatown. Mostly it's just food, restaurants, bubble teas, and a lot of them are franchises. They're a big corporation. They have investors. They have money backing them up. We don't. We just are a small family. We're going to lose a lot of the people. That's our customer base because, like I said, we're more targeting towards community people who are interested in our products. But the people that
yeah, you know, their business is focused on the locals rather than on people coming from other parts of town, which is important for communities.
going to attract is mostly people who's going to want to drink, eat. That's not our clientele.
Honestly, when I was a little boy growing up here, I used to go to the gallery with my grandmother. It was fantastic. There was lots.
All right, that's enough. Let's move it along. Let's go here to the AP archive 4 days ago. Yeah, apparently, filmmaker, actor, director, musician, Mark Duplass. Is it Duplass or Duplass? I always forget. Well, he has, I think this is his movie theater, which he started. I could be wrong about that. Should look this up. It's really just fun. Let's see here.
Although none of us can really say, but my hunch is that it's probably correct that just a quality 2-hour-long piece of art is enough to get people in. What I'm sensing at Vidiot's, number one, is a sense of community. And of course, when you go and see any screening in any movie theater, you're there with people, but the Vidiot's community is different. This is a place where you can go to the movie theater by yourself, and you're probably going to see someone that you know, or you're probably going to see someone that you've seen at a couple of movies before. The bar there is a big difference because people are milling about and they're talking about when's the first time you saw this. Oh my God, you haven't seen this before. And strangers end up sitting together. When I normally go to a movie theater, I show up 2 minutes before the movie starts, knowing that there's going to be commercials, trailers, all that stuff. I go to Vidiot's like 45 minutes before the movie starts.
And this is pictures of Vidiot's, apparently. This independent movie theater in LA. I'm still not sure if he is the one. Hey, settle down. Settle down there, Jill. At least I think that was. Oh, it's at least a picture of Jill. Yeah, this is a independent video store. I think it might be a combination store and rental and cinema, right? So it's an interesting sort of place. I feel like a lot of places are sort of heading in the direction of this kind of model and trying to get away from the sort of, what do you call it, corporate. I've seen a few of these sort of popping up. Sounds like when you worked at Blockbuster. Movie culture, brick and mortar. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I think what it kind of reminds me of is like High Fidelity. You know the movie High Fidelity? Like audio, like instead of audio, film. Alright. What is this? And why? What the heck? No, this is not supposed to be in here. It's really not supposed to be this half. Alright, we're gonna do it. That's right, galactic intermission time. If you haven't already, make sure that you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both are incredibly important to the channel. Once you get done doing all of that, I'd also like to get you to consider becoming a patron on Patreon. That's right, for just a few US dollars a month, you gain access to all sorts of sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the galaxy, while also supporting this channel and what we do here. You also got a few other ways to support our channel, like Cash App, PayPal, Twitch. Still not monetized on the old YouTube, but when we get to 500 subscribers, we will be. Increasing your ways of donating by 25%. And ease of use, I would say hundreds of percent. Wouldn't even have to leave or do anything different from what you're doing right now. Alright, chat, enjoy the space break. Get yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. yourself. Well played. Okay. Well, that's it, chat. Better get back to your seats. We have got more to do in the second half. Oh shit, what just happened? Is my stream software broken? Oh boy, we're stuck. We're gonna have to do the show from here. Just kidding. I'll fix it. Oh, okay. Well, now it's working, and it just switches back to the lake. Hello, partiers and whale. What's the whale's name again? Sita? Sita the whale. Hello. Alright, back to news. Back to reality. Alright, start off the old second half here with environmental news. With, well, what do you call it? Something of a twofer here. I mean, the thing about this is, like, this is a discussion of the treatment of oil workers, right? Now, do we here at the Galactic News Network have a real problem with the oil industry? Sure, absolutely. But does that mean that they should be treating their workers poorly? No, definitely not. In fact, with all that money, they should be treating them extra good. Alright, let's go here. More Perfect Union from, I think, 2 days ago?
Unfair, beyond unfair, just shy of hateful, and there's a lot of disrespect in there because I lose out on my family time. You know, the folk who are making these decisions don't work 12-hour rotating shifts. They don't. I do. We do.
I go to the doctor every 6 months, and my doctor tells me as soon as you can get off that schedule, get off that schedule. It is not good for the health.
For the first time in 3 decades, Teamsters at the Marathon Petroleum Refinery in Detroit are on strike. Nearly 300...
Yeah, I mean, 12-hour shifts? I mean, it's insane. Why should people have to work that long? There's clearly ought to be other ways to do it, and I just don't see why these companies are doing that to people. It leaves them with almost no time to do anything in life.
At the Marathon Petroleum Refinery in Detroit are on strike. Nearly 300 workers have taken to the picket line after months of stonewalling by the oil giant.
We're not looking to get rich. Inflation numbers are starting to come down, but the cost of living is not, because
Oh my God.
of greed from these big companies.
Oh my God, this guy actually understands inflation. Holy shit.
What?
It is so funny. Like, I feel like, you know, a lot of times people just don't understand how these things work. They hear inflation's going down and they think that means prices are actually going down. This guy actually seems to get it, and it is shocking to me. And the fact is, we have not had a year or even a month of negative inflation, meaning deflation, for over 10 years now, I believe. Or no, not over, but nearly 10 years. It was 2000, I think it was 2015, like January of 2015.
Marathon Petroleum made $9.7 billion in
Don't ask me why I know
last
that.
year. Since May 2021, the company has bought back $35 billion of its own stock to boost wealthy shareholders. But the same generosity hasn't been extended to workers who are asking for a livable wage.
If we had a small sliver of that, they would not miss it. We're the ones...
Seriously, though. They really wouldn't. These executives are paying themselves so much money. And practically every single oil company is doing stock buybacks and dividends for shareholders and all these other sorts of financially manipulative instruments to get themselves paid even more and to keep these people getting paid the exact same into eternity, if they can manage it. Okay, that's enough of this. Mostly because it's frustrating to me, because I just wish that this job honestly didn't exist and that they just go find something else, because we need to do something about fossil fuels yesterdoodle. We do need deflation. Exactly, we need actual deflation. It hasn't happened since 2015, like I said, and it was a month of, if I recall correctly, and once again, this is me recalling a graph from memory, but I think it was like 0.1% down. It was so negligible that it might as well have just been prices were the same this month. And I think there was like 2 in a row, or like 2 within a 3-month period or something like that, and they were both super incremental, meaning that, you know, for the rest of the months since then, for the last 10 years, we've been having inflation much greater than that on a month-over-month basis. It has been causing people's buying power, causing all the work that unions and, you know, Fight for 15 and all these other sorts of movements and groups have been fighting for are just less effective, less meaningful, and it's very frustrating to me because it's the sort of stuff that we care about here.
Megastar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Adrienne Vixen.
Thanks, Omegastar, for the gifted sub. Adrienne Vixen just got a free tier 1. My God, spending that money on the sub still. I mean, I recommend. Can I please recommend you? I mean, I appreciate that greatly. I really think your money goes further now with unless you're paying less than what they said that people are having to pay now, $8. Because I meant to look into this more, but my cut on that was really bad, and maybe it didn't upload, and so actually I forgot to look at it, and I deleted it because I thought maybe I was doing misinformation unintentionally, like I had posted it in Discord, but the actual cut I got off of subs recently that I saw for these $8 subs was like less than $3, meaning I'm making like 35%. It's the same price if you gift. So you're paying that $8. Well, I'm gonna have to look after this stream to tell you exactly. But now, like for now, I am recommending anybody on Twitch to just do their own subs if they want the emotes and the no ads, or if you have like the Amazon Prime, or do the bits, or do bits or the on-screen celebrations, or like the what are they called, like the Gigantifies and all that kind of stuff. But I don't feel, until I make sure, like, just hold off on it, okay? Just hold on, because if they're paying 35% on these subs, I mean, wow. The fact that they would increase the cost and not carry it over to the streamers, to me, is just, whew. I don't know if they changed the price of bits yet either. But from the last time I checked on what bits cost and how much I got from those, because I get every single one of those, right? Like, you give me 100 bits, I get 100 bits. You do an on-screen celebration, I get exactly as much as you paid for it, whatever, 50 bits. Okay, all right. Anyways, I'll let you all know once I do a little bit more research on that. I'll like post in the Discord to verify this information. But for now, I'm pissed at Twitch for this. If this is true, I would have been less upset if it turned out that I was getting the same percentage as I was before. But 35%. At least on Patreon, I get 90%. At least from those bits, I get, you know, whatever you give me is what I get in bits, which is 1 penny per bit, technically. But at least you know exactly. Right now, I'm so up in the air on those subs. I'm pretty sure the Prime subs are paying the same. Alright, now, actually, let's do this. Because we are, actually, wait, take it back. I take it back. We're gonna go to this first. I forgot. Because we're still kind of talking business and stuff. So let's go to this now. Because we have discussed the downsides of AI, specifically as it relates not just to drop jobs, but as it relates to the environment, right? Because these servers require a great deal of energy. So not only is it increasing prices for consumers, but it is causing, you know, problems in terms of what we are using to get this energy. You know, we let's go here to this. This is an interesting discussion, which is why I decided to put it on Sunday FUNDAY. It's Adam Conover's channel. He's like one of the original YouTubers, you know. And we don't watch his channel very much. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to try and copyright strike me for this or what, but I'm going to try it. This is from 3 months ago where he had a discussion over AI and the potential of a massive bubble in this space, possibly bursting in the near future with someone by the name of Ed Zitron. But it's Sunday FUNDAY, so I figured we'd do something like this. A little off the beaten path for us. Adam Conover podcast.
Hello and welcome to Factually. I'm Adam Conover. Thank you so much for joining me on the show again. Artificial intelligence is supposed to revolutionize the world and our economy. The major platforms are spending tens of billions of dollars on it just this year alone to gain an advantage. It's one of the largest infusions of cash into a specific technology in the history of Silicon Valley. But while we're seeing all this investment, what we're not seeing yet is anything approaching a revolution. The companies tell us that AI is about to get massively better, that this is just the beginning, and that a mega powerful artificial general intelligence that will transform work and our lives is just around the corner. But there's a big problem. Large language models require material written or generated by humans to train on. And a recent study found that they might already run out of training data in just the next couple years, which means those models won't be able to get much better. And in the meantime, all of the AI companies are burning cash.
Now,
ChatGPT loses 700...
Before he even gets past a full minute here, that, to me, I think, is one of the reasons why Google is making AI something that you can't even take off of its search, like on your phone, that it comes up first. Because I think that they just need data. And so they're essentially using the entire internet right now as guinea pigs for AI to get you to be searching through the neural network that it's and adding more queries and things like that to this because they need more data for their data set to continue to continue trying to make it better. If this is the case, if they're running out of data already, or nearly within the next 2 years, and these companies are always looking more than 2 years to the future. I mean, you know, companies like, you know, Nvidia have, what do you call it? Like stock multiples that are, or at least at one point, I think it's changed slightly because they've been actually making a bunch of money. But at one point, there was a ton of speculation. It was like, I think hundreds of like times its actual valuation.
Companies are burning cash. ChatGPT loses $700,000 every day that it's running. OpenAI's recent release of GPT-4o lets users interact with audio or video, but the underlying model is the same. It's not actually any smarter than it used to be. It's just a little bit slicker now. And it's not going that much better for the other companies either. Apple just did a big reveal of their new Apple Intelligence, which will let you use AI to turn a photo of yourself into an emoji, which...
Yay!
Okay, I mean, who gives a shit? And meanwhile, Google has had to deal with the humiliation of people posting examples of their AI giving insane answers to boring normal questions. No, Google AI, you should not put glue in your pizza sauce, and it's kind of weird that your brand new product told me that I should. So there's this suspicion growing that AI is nothing but marketing hype, that it's the same as crypto, Web3, and the metaverse, just a new way for these tech companies to prop up their stock prices because they don't have any other real ideas. So is that the case? And if so, what is going to happen when the bubble bursts? Well, on the show today, we have an absolutely incredible guest to answer those questions for us. But before we get into it, I just want to remind you that if you want to support this show and all the conversations we bring you, you can
What
do
are they
so
training on Reddit
Patreon.
posts?
Head to patreon.com/Adam Conover.
Philip, I mean, I've seen evidence to that fact that they are actually training on Reddit posts, right? That the results came up on things that could have only been explained by things like that. And it's pretty crazy to think that they would do such a thing, knowing the reliability of the information on Reddit. I mean, Reddit in many places is basically just like a fever dream.
A month gets you every episode of the show ad-free. We've got a lot of wonderful community features as well. We'd love to have you join us. And just to remind you, if you want to come see me do stand-up comedy on the road, head to adamconover.net for tickets and tour dates. Coming up soon, I'm heading to Phoenix, Arizona and Toronto, Canada. adamconover.net for those tickets. And now let's get to this week's episode to dissect the waves of AI hype being pushed by some of the most powerful...
If they didn't keep thinking they needed ever-increasingly quarterly profits, they would be able to... Well, the problem is they don't, because that's the way that the system is set up. This, you know, incredibly perverse capitalist system that we are currently living in, where, you know, hype in many ways seems to be the currency. Not like real-world shit or people doing better or human outcomes improving, but instead specifically one thing and one thing only.
He's on Earth. My guest today is Ed Zitron. He's a writer, he's a PR guy, and he's also one of the smartest, fiercest, and most influential critics of tech out there, which he puts in his influential newsletter, Where's Your Ed At? Please welcome Ed Zitron.
You think that they would go... I'm sure that they've already completely run out of Wikipedia data at this point. I'm almost positive that they're all using Wikipedia data. And the fact is Wikipedia is certainly more trustworthy than Reddit. I'll accept that over Reddit. I mean, my God. Who thought that using Reddit for things that are supposed to be authoritative as being a good idea? Because that's the thing. Google was supposed to, you know, initially, and for a long time, the essential contract was that Google was supposed to be good, supposed to be authoritative and good at giving you the most relevant thing immediately, not just, you know, being... I mean, they were making plenty of money on the ads, but we didn't really care as long as it was doing the things it was supposed to be doing. rather than telling us to eat rocks.
Ed, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks for having me.
You have a wonderful newsletter called Where's Your Ed At, correct? Where you are documenting more than almost anybody else what exactly is happening in the economy, especially in tech. You use this phrase, the rot economy. What do you mean by that?
So the rot economy is this growth at all costs ecosystem that's kind of eaten all the markets, and it's most prevalent in tech, where it's not about better, it's not even about making more money per se, it's being able to show that you will grow forever, that you will show 10, 20% growth per quarter, forever, perpetually. And what this means is you see products like Facebook especially, Facebook's the best example, which are made worse, they are harder to use, there are more ads, they interrupt you more, they get in your way more, they interrupt you trying to do the thing that the website is meant to be for, connect with friends, for example, so that they can show Wall Street, oh, we're growing. We're not only increasing revenue, but number go up. And it really is the number go up mission. Facebook also, hilariously, as of last quarter, no longer reports their actual user numbers.
Right.
They report daily active family people, which is...
What is a daily active family person?
I often feel walking around, oh yeah, I'm a daily active family person. Yeah, that's how I feel today.
But what's great is when you go and look back, they've mentioned this metric before, and it's just completely different to the other metric. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, it's they're playing with the numbers. It's a fake number.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's Enron level, but it's Enron adjacent. And,
yeah.
But you see it with other companies like Google. You just did your video on Google. Google wanted to increase the number of queries on Google, which doesn't mean Google is good. It means that more people are searching for more, which usually suggests that Google is not doing its job right.
Yeah, because if the more you have to search, the less good search results you're getting. You're trying 3 search results when previously you only needed 1.
Exactly. And the problem is, for the user there, is Google is worse, so you use it more, but that's a solution for Google because you're seeing more ads. And also, number of queries goes up.
Yeah.
Great. And this is really the rot economy writ large. It's when products have kind of escaped the pen of utility. It used to not be quite so obvious a con. It used to be, oh, this is a free product. We make so much more money. Like we should be paying you as well as this being free. But we're all happy here because the product does what it's meant to.
Yeah.
Not really the case anymore, in a lot of cases at least.
You make the argument that Facebook is dying. In what way?
So traffic to Facebook has been dropping off for like 3 or 4 years.
I mean, I deleted my Facebook account totally 4 or 5 years ago, and I've never once missed it. I'm still, I'm an Instagram addict.
Right.
And I kind of have to be for my work.
Right.
Like as a comedian, literally people ask me to do shows on there. That's where I see other comedians. It's like that is the town square for what I am doing, for better or worse. Facebook never comes up. It just has disappeared from the social world.
No, and I think it has for a lot of people. I mean, me personally, I spend zero. I remember when I used to care about what was happening on Facebook, and now I really don't. I think I know what's happening on Facebook most days, and it's, it's mostly ads and, and nothing important to my life mostly. And so I just don't look at it.
So what's insane is billions of people allegedly use Facebook.
Yeah.
Now, you go in there, and it is kind of like Instagram. It is thing you followed, carousel of people you might know, ad, carousel of videos you can't watch that show, it's like a 3-second loop, ad, person you follow, or sponsored content. What's also crazy is it's full of AI content now. Just weird, like Shrimp Jesus is when everyone sees it, like it's just a shrimpy AI Jesus.
It's Jesus, but he's like made of shrimp. Made of shrimp.
Or like
not even like cocktail shrimp, like crustacean, like in the sea shrimp.
It's so... I have seen both.
Come on! Okay.
And as a connoisseur of the shrimp, yeah, I just wanted to be clear, shrimp does not refer to the form of Jesus because he's actually usually quite buff. What's also weird is... you see a lot of these ones where it's like, no one will share this on a post with 1 million shares.
Yeah.
And it will be a disfigured child begging for money on the street. And people responding just like, wow, this is so terrible. I will support this. It isn't obvious whether these are real people or not.
Yeah.
But Facebook as a product has just deteriorated, and the traffic's gone down. Web visits are down something ridiculous, like 20%, 25% over the last few years, along with most of the major internet platforms. And actually, the product itself functions so poorly. One of my favorite things I found recently was if you type Facebook complaints into the search bar, you can find 6, 7 different groups with thousands of people all complaining to what they think is Facebook. But when you go in there, it's just the most obvious scam artists saying like, oh yeah, DM me, I'll help you get back in there.
Wow.
And then the occasional Judas goat with someone responding.
I mean, the fact is the reason for that, it would even existing, is because Facebook doesn't have any support. They're not there to make sure that you know, if you get, some problem with your Facebook account, good luck. Hopefully you're good at computers.
Other scammers saying, oh, this person really helped me. And it's so strange because this website makes billions and billions of dollars, but the actual product is broken.
Yeah, you log in, you're like, there's nobody here. It's a dead mall. There's sort of like deluded boomers walking around, like people who like don't have their wits about them, sort of stumbling about the place, but no like actual activity of the type that we were used to 10 years ago, or the type that would indicate there's a thriving product happening.
I wouldn't.
Okay, I'm gonna skip to a different part of this because it's literally an hour and 15-minute long conversation, which we just don't have time for around here. We don't. We got too many things to cover. Too many things. Let's go about here.
But probably more aware than anyone of how limited it is, because they have all the money in ChatGPT. They've got their own models. They're paying Oracle billions to build more data centers. They build data centers too. I don't know why. Oracle is big on build outs, I guess. And it's very weird because they must know. They must know this shit sucks. And they might, like the Copilot thing where they had they could not even explain why you should use it. They are probably looking at this and just counting down the days. They're just like, there's a company called Inflection, which made a empathetic large language model called Poe, I think it was. That Microsoft absorbed them in the most bizarre way. They acquired them, but also gave contracts to the they took all of the people from the company who made the large language model, then made a deal with the remaining Inflection company people to keep running it. And now I think the Department of Justice is looking into it because it's extremely weird. It was also worth $1 billion.
Jesus.
Illegal. What do they do? Like, these are not the actions of someone doing well. These are like, this is like crackhead style stuff. Like
it almost seems like a Ponzi scheme where it's I always need to find the new injection of money. And I mean, look, the sky high valuations of tech companies, all the money that flooded into the industry. My understanding is it came in for 2 reasons. A, the costs were extremely low. You know, like for running an internet company, way cheaper than building a new car company, right? You don't need factories, you just need data centers. It's like the costs are low. And B, there was a potential to create entirely new businesses, entirely new business models. You know, the blue ocean approach to business, right? You can create this like new world and be the first person to dominate it. And that is what they need to continue to try to create those new blue oceans, those new vast universes, untapped wildernesses to go explore. And there might not actually be any left. And so I guess my question is, what does this mean about the market? Like if the market is driving this, right? We've been talking about all the bad decisions that the tech companies are making that are forcing them to turn a large language model from, hey, a kind of cool niche product that maybe would be kind of neat, like into the wave of the future. Everything's going to be different, where it's going to destroy the entire economy and we're going to rebuild it around large language models. They have to make that argument because the market is demanding it of them.
Yes.
So what the fuck happened to the market where the market is demanding this, right? Because we are describing the dysfunctions of tech as being a symptom of the market. So what the fuck is up with the market?
So the market's addicted to growth. And the raw economy is much larger than tech. I just know my tech much better than I know wider economics.
Yeah, it's more fun to talk about, too.
Yeah. I also believe that trying not to was Dunning-Kruger, the whole I'm not
right.
But nevertheless, there is a problem across the whole stock market where it's addicted to growth. When everything is always growing at all times, why would you not invest in the thing going up? Because it's always gone up. You see it in games. companies getting way overfunded, hiring, firing, hiring, firing. Journalism, a great example.
Yeah.
People taking over journalism. Oh, well, we'll just shove more money in it and we'll get so much more money out. Never works, but man, do they feel good about it.
Yeah.
And what it is that the markets are just disconnected from value. There has been I don't really know when it started, but there has been an economic shift away from sustainability. And on my case, it's a good fire is one that's sustainable, it keeps you warm. What they are doing now is throwing bits of furniture into the fire. They are throwing gasoline on it, getting burned, and like, it must make more warm. And the problem is, companies that are sustainable, that are reliably growing, or perhaps they're plateauing, but they are still making more money than they spend. They're happy employees, happy customers.
Doing the things they're
Those
supposed to do.
aren't sexy to the markets. The markets must have growth. I'm not sure what started it. I really am not.
Yeah.
But it's everywhere. It's just more pronounced in tech because of what you mentioned, blue ocean approach. When you crave growth at all times, this tech is a sexy little beast. Oh my.
Yeah.
Everything's growing all the
Okay. So yeah, I mean, the fact is if, you know, things in here that he's saying are true, and the fact is it does seem to be true the more you think about it, the more that you look into it, right? Like, because we've been seeing how these companies are sort of going from one to the next thing, constantly focused on hype and PR, and less focused on giving customers what they want, introducing AI before it's capable of giving people the answers that they're looking for. And yeah, I just thought it was a good conversation to have and look into for a little bit here. Now let's get really into environmental stuff. At least mostly environmental stuff. Got a few. Well, I mean, still kind of. Alright, let's go here first, because it is already autumn. And because of that, it also means this.
Winter is coming.
That's right. Winter is coming. But while autumn is here, let's try and enjoy it. What is happening?
Hey, Greg.
Whoa, what just happened?
Buddy, it's 3 in the morning. We talked about this.
Sorry, hold on. That was my bad.
Hey, Greg. Buddy, it's 3 in the morning. We talked about this. Look, we all gotta do our displays of dominance, but some of us got work in the morning. I don't want to have to talk to the HOA again, Greg. You know I have Dorothy on speed dial. Oh yeah? And who had a branch that crossed the property line? Yeah, who? Who, Greg? Who?
You cannot say that to him. Greg, are you okay?
He's fine.
He can speak for himself, thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's not the first time I've heard it before.
Jesus, man, I am bringing this up to Dorothy at next month's meeting.
You really think I'm scared of Dorothy?
Well, you seem to have thought pretty highly of her when you brought up that branch last week.
It was past the property line!
So yeah, that was all based upon a real wildlife fact. If you didn't know, owls apparently hoot during the fall more to claim territory. Shocking, I had no idea that hooting had anything to do with claiming territory. Although I guess it makes sense for a bird that mostly does its thing at night. Not people. Other owls, birds and things wouldn't be able to see it at night, so I guess the hooting is probably the best thing to do in the dark. Alright, let's go here. This is in California, where a fire we were talking about earlier this week, I think yesterday, Friday, in Glen Haven, some place called Lake County. I think it's somewhere outside of the Bay Area, where there's a fire, has been going on, although I think they have managed to put it out now. This is some footage from that fire, which I think got to about 500 acres before they put it out. This is some house that just got completely obliterated by this. I mean, it just takes this entire house down. I mean, this is just like helicopter footage of it for like a few minutes. As you can see, most of the house is just completely decimated by this. So unfortunate. Hopefully whoever's there managed to evacuate in time. You would assume that they did, but this gave me zero information. Just the video. Why is this one over here? I could have sworn I made this a different one. Is it this one? Huh. Oh, there it is. I gotta take this one off there and put it over here. I'll do this tomorrow. Alright, let's go here. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, let's go to Colorado. This is from 3 days ago as well. Or it was from a few days ago. Warming back up with fire danger and record heat on the way this weekend. CBS Colorado.
Very quickly.
Here's First Alert Chief Meteorologist Dave Aguilera. Dave, we say it often, but we do need some moisture.
We do indeed, and every Thursday the drought monitor comes out, and I've got that for you coming up here. We are high and dry again, and with warmer weather coming into play, it's certainly not going to help much. Take a look outside. We're mostly clear right now. I'm going to pop up the Front Range map here. Now we're looking, Denver's right in front of me
so
here,
cool.
And then you can see the Front Range out on this side. Now take a look at our current temperatures.
All right, let me ask you a question, because this is what I would do. All right, tell me if this is what you would also do. If you worked at this here studio with this fancy circular floor that is also a massive TV screen, would you pretend to be like? Would you set it up so you could pretend to be like what do you call it? Like Godzilla, something like that? You know, just sort of. You know, no, like I mean, I'm just saying, if I were anchor at this place, oh yeah, big time, it would be Godzilla time. At least on Halloween. I mean, come on, the opportunity is right. It's right here.
It's cool down today, and this kind of helps with fire danger and that type of things when we have cooler weather. And you can see 60s and 70s from Fort Collins, all the way from Estes Park down through Boulder and into downtown Denver. But I want to pop up that new drought monitor that just came out today. Now take a look, Denver and the Boulder area here, and it extends all the way down across Monument Hill down into just the north side of Colorado Springs as well. In this orange shaded area you see right here, this is severe. Okay, severe, and then the tan shades that surround it, moderate. So we are moderate to severe all across the Denver metro area into some of the foothills here as well. And then you get up.
Exactly, stomping out the fires. You know, what comes to mind is like, you know, the Raptor impressions. What's his name? From Step Brothers. The dad does it at the end. He's like, when I was a kid, I used to have it. You know, I used to be I'd go around the neighborhood and, you know, but now I lost it. They have the opportunity to revive this thing here and do Godzilla impressions on this thing. They are wasting the opportunity. You know, little special effects, some sound effects, maybe even a costume. You know, one of those. Remember? Do you remember this? Oh, shit. No, not that yet. Owl has been here. What owl? What owl are you referring to? Where is it? Oh, right. I'm searching for the... This is not going to come up like this. This is what I have to do. This. Yes. 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 Okay. Do you remember this? I'm probably going to get copyright struck for this, but it's Sunday Funday. We're always pushing the envelope around here on Sunday Funday. Wait, they're not using the right music. God damn it. This is not cool. But yeah, that's what I meant. It was like a suit like this. I was really hoping that it would be something else. Do you remember? Oh God. Do they do it? I wonder. Yes.
I've been watching.
Illegal.
What?
Don't be creepy.
Everything secret admired.
Just saying. People could have some fun with this. You know, you get those suits, have a little fun. Sorry. Let's go back. It's just the first thing that comes to mind, okay? I can't help it.
To some of the higher areas
I don't know
and
how
out
many
into
times I've
western
thought it.
Colorado. It's dry to moderate out that way. So the worst of the drought right now over the Denver metro area and our surrounding foothills as well. So not a good situation for us. We do need some moisture around here. Is there any on the satellite? Well, we've got a few clouds just kind of dripping in over northern Colorado right now in the wake of that cold front that came through today. And we only made it to 70 degrees today. Can you believe that? Quite the cool down, and normal is about 71. So this front came through, dropped that temperature really nice around here. Now, coming up tomorrow and
Looks like Canada is
weekend,
getting hit with a lot of storms. Just a ton. You see all the clouds up there?
And the front range, the eastern plains, we've got a big area of high pressure that'll be coming in, and that's going to dry us out even more and warm us up as well. It's given us some nice temperatures, but you know, while we're enjoying those nice temperatures, just remember we do need the moisture around here. So let's walk you through it tonight into tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, it's going to be getting hotter in Colorado and parts of the Midwest due to a system coming through, or leaving, I guess, really. You really say it either way, I think. But, does increase the risk of fires as it's still fire season, like we just got done looking at. Alright, now let's go here. Texas City immediately stops adding fluoride to water following California federal ruling. Weird.
A federal judge in California has ordered the Environmental Protection Agency to address the potential impacts of fluoride in drinking water because high levels could affect children's IQ levels. KTexas reporter Karina Hollingsworth says the city of Abilene isn't taking any chances.
As of right now, I've directed Rodney Taylor with the Utility Department to stop adding fluoride to the city's drinking supply until the EPA makes a final ruling on what they're going to do.
City Manager Robert Hanna is unsure when the EPA will make that.
Wow. Now, there's already science existing saying that the addition of fluoride to the water at the levels that it's at is not only safe, but important for human teeth health. But before any actual conclusions have been drawn on this, and I looked into it, this California ruling was based upon something that was done in by the NIH in the UK, and even the NIH in their own study said that they were not able to come to any real conclusive, what do you call it? Like on the presence of fluoride in drinking water, such as in the United States. They were not able to make any sort of conclusion on things like that due to the very, 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 very low. It's like a couple parts per million, and that's all it is, right? And the way their study required a lot more for it to be potentially problematic. And even then, they weren't able to make any real, even on that. Sorry.
Is a decision.
Because like even on the claim that they were making, right, on it potentially affecting IQ, right, they were not even able to make it a conclusive statement, right? It's just they believe that more research needs to be done into this because they've seen some data potentially aiming aiming them in the direction of potentially believing it, right? It's like when, non-scientists interpret science and then are like, oh my god, this sounds terrible, we must stop it now.
EPA will make that ruling. He said it could be months or even years, and he stresses that the decision to halt water fluoridation is a decision of caution.
There's not a real parallel between what we do in the city and what this research shows. This research was mostly done in foreign countries, mostly with groundwater, and mostly in areas where fluoride occurs very, very high naturally.
So it's fascinating to me that this guy already knew that in this, and he still decided, oh, that's enough for me. California, one federal judge in one county in California said a thing, and I'll better do it. It's weird because remember, they're in Texas.
The manager says the city of Abilene previously followed American Dental Association recommendations.
We treat our drinking water to 0.7 parts per million of fluoride. That's the recommendation by the American Dental Association. The research that this judge relied upon, they had levels that were 1.5 parts per million all the way to 4, 5, 6, 7 parts per million. So dramatically higher levels.
According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, water fluoridation keeps teeth strong and reduces cavities by about 25%. But Carol Crockett says she agrees with the city's decision.
Now remember that it's like 0.000. How many zeros is that one? 0.00000. It's like 6 zeros, I think, with a 1 at the end. That's one part in what did you say? A million. So it's an incredibly small amount. You know what I think he is worried about? I think he's worried about this. It's not childhood IQs. I think it might be this.
like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs.
Illegal.
Place point.
Okay, all right. That was just trying to have some fun. trying to lighten the mood here on Sunday Funday. Hopefully that worked slightly. Let's keep it moving. Wait, whoa, no. What just happened? This is unacceptable. Just got kicked out of my list by clicking an end card. You never saw that one before? I find it hilarious. I think the first time I saw it was on Adrienne Vixen's channel. They played it. Well, okay, alright, we don't need it twice. That's okay. Alright. I think that's Adrienne Vixen's Hype Train song. You know, I need to make a song for the Hype Train. Okay. Now let's talk about water in a different way. That being water rising to the third floor apartment in Biltmore Village, North Carolina, where a man was trapped for nearly 24 hours during Hurricane Helene. Nightbot has dental news? Oh no. More ChatGPT for me, Nightbot. You can tell me that fluoride does actually turn you gay. Wow. Where's Nightbot? What does it say? Poacher.
This striking video was taken from an apartment in Biltmore Village. A man trapped in his third-story unit for nearly 15 hours. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Ashley Rowe. WRAL's Carly Haynes is live. After speaking with him tonight, Carly, he had to wait it out and hope nothing hit his window.
This water came up nearly 30 feet high. And to give you some perspective, that's about the depth of Lake Johnson in Raleigh. So imagine this lake right outside your window and you have nowhere to go.
That is insane. I mean,
rubble.
Can you imagine that? I mean, holy shit. You're up in the air 30 feet. You look out your window and like, oh, wait, what's happened? I could have sworn that I was in ground floor and also not lakefront property. This is very weird.
A rushing river of rubble.
First, there was a lot of kegs, a lot of like propane tanks and things, and then it was shipping containers and vehicles, and then it was...
Holy fuck. Did we just watch a shipping container get bent like a pizza box? And that was wild. That was fucking wild. We have to watch that again. Holy shit.
And you have nowhere to go. A rushing river of rubble.
First, there was a lot of kegs, a lot of like propane tanks and things, and then it was shipping containers and vehicles, and then it was whole buildings.
Chris Faber took this video from his Biltmore Village apartment on the third floor.
It just kept coming. So yeah, I mean, I was really more concerned about something hitting us again like that.
The water moving so fast.
It's gonna hit the pool though right here.
It shredded walls like paper.
Holy that would have hit the apartment below us, ours would have just fallen, or mine would have just fallen into the river.
Exit doors underwater. All Faber could do, watch the flooding under his feet.
At that point, there wasn't anywhere else for us to go. So, you know, ride it out as best you can.
Biltmore Village flooded to more than 24 feet in some areas. When it subsided to chest deep, Faber waded out to safety, though true safety still feels weeks away.
It's a weird hurry up and wait feeling right now, you know.
And Faber's building is now uninhabitable. He's currently living in his office space in downtown Asheville. Carly Haynes, WRL News, live in...
At least he's got somewhere to go. There's a huge portion of people who are just essentially homeless right now, trying to find anything. And at least knowing that you have somewhere to go. I mean, granted, it's technically probably illegal to actually occupy it, but in cases like this, I'm sure the local government's willing to overlook that sort of thing. Or, like, I don't know, your landlord in the midst of it. You would think, at least. Hopefully. Let's go here. This is AP Archive from 6 hours ago, showing crews searching for survivors. Oh, actually, no, this is... I did not see this one. Hold on. Yeah, we'll watch this one, too.
That was it. That was the only alert that I got, that they were evacuating the area. So I got out as soon as I could. When I was walking out, water was maybe mid-calf or knee-deep. Down trees, down power lines, so it was very tricky trying to get out without knowing if there was live power lines or not. I haven't had cell phone service until maybe around 9 o'clock last night, and I had some texts come in. My family lives 5 hours from here, so they were very concerned and very worried. And I did get in contact with my family and let them know that I'm okay and I'm safe. My family is praying for us, and they were worried until they found out that I was okay. One of the churches has prepared hot meals, and I think if you couldn't get there, they were having people come out and deliver hot meals. So it's like the community is coming in to take care of us. But this is the worst I've ever seen it. I think this is the worst a lot of people have seen it. I didn't have that much damage, but some of the stuff was out of place. My car did get some water damage, so I don't know how bad. I didn't know where I was going. Didn't know what was going to happen next, but I was...
This damage is wild. They say it's worse than Katrina, and I think that's true. And it's going to cost more than Katrina to clean up and to rebuild everything that's come down. Let's go here. This was Kamala Harris on her way to, I don't actually know where specifically, but I believe to some other rally or event. This is Forbes breaking news from yesterday, showing her being asked questions about the destruction in Helene, in North Carolina after Helene here, and we would look at this. What's good in the Galactic? All the things. Well, not all the things, but some things are good. It's Sunday Funday. Trying to have fun. It's been tough. It's been difficult, like I said. I guess she was en route to DC. Thank you for breaking news. Hold on, let me go back so we could hear that whole question.
Madam Vice President, what did you hear about the administration's response today?
Oh my god, the sound is so bad for the beginning until she gets closer. Hold on, let me get a little.
They've been on the ground before this and continually through today, and we're in this for the long haul.
Oh my
and
god.
I think that what we've seen on the ground here is the best of what we all can do.
Oh my god.
Responsible.
Forbes, stop being so shitty. Now we have no sound. I think
And the work that just private citizens are doing, people who are looking out for each other. It's about communities bonding and taking care of one another, even though they may be perfect strangers to each other. I have always found in my life and career that some of the people who are most generous have the least to give and give everything they can to take care of each other. And so we are seeing the heroes among us, and I'm very grateful for all the folks who are doing this work on the ground. Thank you.
She didn't forget to salute. You see that? Didn't forget. You know, I feel like she probably learned from Obama, right? Like, oh, better not give him a scandal. Oh, Kamala hates the troops. Refused to salute to Marines, or maybe were they Marines? I think they were Marines. All right, now let's go down to Florida. Actually, I should do this. Yeah, no. Actually, no. We're skipping Florida first. We can go to Florida at the end. First, let's go to Long Island. Yeah. What's this? Clip 60? It's not really a clip. I haven't been clipping. Still just using YouTube playlists. It's the easiest way for me to do this. Just sort of line them all up in a particular order. Let's go, yeah. Long Island, where people are attempting to help in relief efforts in the wake of Hurricane Helene. This is Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York, from Saturday? Could be Saturday or Friday, I'm not sure. Just says 3 days ago. I think it's Saturday. Oops, I went one too far. That's my bad. There we go. We did it. We did it. Wait, this is also the wrong video. Why are you repressing me?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Raptors and shots.
Helene is now the second deadliest hurricane to hit the United States after Katrina. The death toll now at 215 lives lost, and the numbers are expected to continue to climb. Meanwhile, the efforts to find the missing are still in full swing in western North Carolina. Even a group from our area is helping in the relief effort. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon has details from Long Island.
The flood-ravaged valleys below the mountains of North Carolina are so filled with water and debris from landslides, they look nothing like they did before. These satellite images of one community show its pavement and grass replaced with mud. In parts of Buncombe County, home to Asheville, they're still trying to nail down the number of people unaccounted for in the mess.
Right now, the place is devastated. We have members who have families there right now, and we get stories back from them, and it's probably the worst thing you can imagine.
That's why the Lindenhurst Fire Department has gotten to work, gathering up supplies specifically requested by fire chiefs in that devastated county for the cleanup, for personal care needs of flood survivors whose homes were washed away, and for their pets. Also fuel the first responders need, who are working non-stop.
They have a very tough landscape to deal with. There's no roads left. The houses are gone. Cars are upside down.
Heike Santos organized the drive, remembering what it was like for her husband and fellow first responders after Sandy.
They were in 6 feet of water trying to fight fires, getting hit by debris.
People from the south came to help us, so we got some guys together and we started doing this and making some phone calls.
All the supplies now filling up this fire station will be loaded into a couple of trucks like this one that volunteers will drive down to North Carolina. And if these fill up quickly, they say they'll get another one. Today, President Biden toured damage in other hard-hit parts of Georgia and Florida, promising that help is on the way.
We're separate states, but we're the United States of America.
New Yorkers who've dealt with the devastation of a hurricane need no reminder of that.
Yeah, the fact is we're about to talk about how another hurricane is headed directly at, or at least not directly at, but heading towards the Big Bend, and parts of it will undoubtedly be hitting it. Let's actually, I guess we'll finish this.
Who've dealt with the devastation of
Separate states, but we're the United States of America.
New Yorkers who've dealt with the devastation of a hurricane need no reminder of that. In Lindenhurst, Long Island, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Okay.
An important reminder, you can help people.
I just thought it was
affected by
great to see people all the way up in Long Island trying to help out. Seemed like a Sunday FUNDAY type story. That's why it's here. All right, now let's go on to Tennessee. Showing residents in Tennessee working to clean up after this terrible storm. This is from AP Archive 8 hours ago. Whoops, that's a misclick. There we go. Alright, as you can see, they need literal bulldozers to get this all done. Truly incredible the amount of devastation. Let's go here, talking about homeowners starting their remediation and being hit by surprise on what their homeowners insurance coverage covers. Whoops.
And as residents hit by Hurricane Helene are working to stop further damage and start to recover.
And as they do that, there are a lot of questions about the complicated insurance process. 8 on your side, consumer investigator Shannon Bacon joins us now with great information. Shannon.
Stacey, Josh, I spent the day speaking to many homeowners who have already started this process, and I can tell you that they are very anxious about what's next.
Sherry Dude and her husband have cut wet drywall to prevent mold and pulled out damaged flooring after storm surge pushed at least 5 inches of water inside their West Shore home. They're working and waiting on an adjuster from their flood insurance company.
I filed my insurance claim on my bed at 3 in the morning.
Well, I just realized this woman has flood insurance, and she's still worried. And I guess that makes sense considering how crooked some of these insurance companies are.
I filed my insurance claim on my bed at 3 in the morning with water all around me.
Like many, Sherry questions what the maximum coverage will be.
Wow, talk about, diligence. I'd personally maybe be thinking about some other, but I guess if you're just stuck on your bed surrounded by water, there's not a lot of options. So I guess you might, probably a great time. Really constructive use of her time there, not gonna lie. Talk about proactive.
and how much will be out of pocket. For most policies, the standard is $250,000. Sherry's deductible is $10,000, but contents were not covered. While she waits, she's piled up her ruined belongings high at the curb.
All curled up now where, you know, it's just particle board. So.
And you got lots of pictures of this because your insurance company's going to want to see.
Yeah, this is the case time and time and time again. She's lucky she has the flood insurance, so she does get, you know, coverage, but she still has to pay, I mean, $10,000 deductible? Good God. That's a massive out-of-pocket cost to have to cover in this moment. And much of this stuff is, like they were saying, not covered. If it's not part of the house, maybe she'll get lucky on a few things, but things like couches, as you can see here, baskets, all that other stuff completely covered in who knows what. Probably mold at the very least, and all that's just not going to be covered at all.
All of that at every stage.
Got lots of pictures.
Sherry has never filed a flood insurance claim before and is anxious.
I'm concerned about getting lowballed and having to, you know, fight for things. And, you know, when you've already been doing all this, you just want it to be easy. You know, you just want them to do the right thing and help you.
Coming up at 5.
Yeah, I don't think the flood insurance companies are looking forward to paying all the hours they're going to have to for people answering for these claims. We already hate the payouts. Hold on, I need a drink. I'll be right back.
For the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. Unburdened by what has been, and knowing what can be. What we know can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. An America that we know can be unburdened by what has been. To know what can be, unburdened by what has been. You see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. The courage to see what.
Okay, I am back. Sorry for that delay. I just ran out of hydration, folks. You know how important it is. Human body is like 70% water. I don't know if you know that. Alright, let's go to Florida. I mean, we're already in Florida. Let's stay in Florida and talk about Hurricane Milton. Which is, I guess, what, the third? Is it really the 12th or 13th storm already? It's like, yeah, I think it's like 13 or 14. Alright, can I still hear the song? I think I can. Alright, there we go. Fixed it. Hurricane Milton.
Brendan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's around 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, October 6th, coming on this morning with an update on what's going to be a very dangerous situation playing out for Florida this week with what's now Tropical Storm Milton, which is quickly getting better organized over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico this morning. We've had the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft in the storm and found that the maximum sustained winds are now up near 65 miles per hour, seeing an eye wall develop based on the data we're getting from the aircraft, seeing those winds come up, the pressure falling. Currently, Milton is more than 800 100 miles away from the west coast of Florida, now moving off to the east-southeast at 6 miles per hour. The track forecast has changed a little bit this morning. We've seen that south of due east motion, and but again, we're expecting Milton to move slowly generally towards the east over the next 24 to 36 hours, and then move more quickly towards the east, northeast, and northeast as we move into the middle portions of the week. And
so yeah, this is from 13 hours ago, right? So this is the timeline that we're looking at for this other storm, which, as you can see, has the potential to go right into Florida's Big Bend once again. I mean, it could still change its path right now, right? I mean, Hurricane Helene had, you know, a bunch of different trajectories and didn't even take a necessarily the most expected path, if I recall correctly. So this, who knows what could happen, right? Florida could cause it to slow down and travel up along the coast. It's unclear right now.
going to bring a strengthening Milton.
But it looks like it's at least going to make landfall somewhere in between, you know, 7 a.m. Wednesday and 7 a.m. Thursday. That's at least what they are predicting. So right here, looks like probably in the middle of the night, early morning of Thursday. I mean, late evening, night, Wednesday, I guess. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to, like, do the math on this. But yeah, somewhere around there, up here. Which is something this area does not need right now.
The Florida Peninsula during the day, Wednesday into Wednesday night, and then across Florida into the western Atlantic as we go from Wednesday night into Thursday. Now, we are expecting Milton, unfortunately, to rapidly intensify here in the next 12 to 24 hours, becoming a major hurricane by Monday evening, and then be a powerful hurricane as it moves east-northeastward to northeastward across the Gulf of Mexico from Tuesday into Wednesday, and be near major hurricane or at major hurricane intensity when it reaches the west coast of Florida during the day Wednesday. We're also expecting Milton's wind field to grow in size as it approaches
the
Florida Peninsula. So
I think this is all I wanted from this one. Hold on. This? Oh, no. This. Switches the crap zone.
Arrival of those tropical storm force winds along the west coast of Florida. It's going to be in the overnight into early morning hours on Wednesday. So the main message here in terms of preparedness is you want to have your preparations done by nightfall Tuesday. Be in your safe place overnight into Wednesday, and be prepared to shelter in place during the day Wednesday across much of the Florida Peninsula. Be in a safe place. Follow any evacuation orders if you are given those by your local officials, especially in those.
So it looks like places Alabama, Georgia, even the tip of Louisiana, you can see right here. South Carolina, North Carolina, or is this Virginia, right? And this is Virginia right here, I think. Right? Isn't Virginia in between? Wait, no. No. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think that's North Carolina. Could all potentially be hit by flooding. Parts of this hurricane, rain, wind. And I mean, it's only been, what, a week since Helene hit? Am I wrong?
Vulnerable storm surge areas. If we move on to what's going on now across Florida, we actually have some heavy rainfall and flooding risk currently across much of the Florida Peninsula, with heavy rain extending from the Florida Keys up through much of the Florida Peninsula. The combination of the rainfall we're seeing now and the rainfall associated with Milton is going to result in widespread rainfall totals of 5 to 8 inches across the Florida Keys, much of the Florida Peninsula. We could see isolated rainfall totals as high as 12 inches, especially where the core of Milton moves through the state. The risk of flash flooding over the next several days is highlighted in 2 areas, actually in southeast Florida today with some of the heavy rainfall, and a broader risk of flash flooding today and tomorrow. This level 3 out of 4 risk you see that includes places like Tampa, Orlando, the I-4 corridor up into northeast Florida is really targeted in the Wednesday time frame.
Okay. Is there anything else I wanted from this here? No, but there's one more forecast I'm going to look at, because this one was from 13 hours ago. This is slightly more updated from, I think, an hour before the stream started, pretty much. And it's apparently going to be a Category 3 storm. That's now what's being projected.
Good evening, Hallie. We're continuing to see this system rapidly intensify in the Gulf of Mexico. A Category 1 now with winds up to 85 miles per hour, still 800 miles to the west-southwest of Tampa, but likely to become a Category 4 in the next day or so. By the time it makes landfall as we get into the later parts of Wednesday, a Category 3. The landfall point anywhere from the Big Bend to Naples. We'll see that happen in the second half of Wednesday. Storm surge will be, of course, concerned near the center of that system. Wind damage as well, but the rainfall will be quite impressive across the state of Florida. 5 to 10 inches of rain, and in some spots, localized amounts up to 50.
You know, it wasn't that long. It was a couple of weeks ago that we were talking about how it'd been a mild hurricane season. You know, and then I think it made landfall actually almost a week and a half ago now. Helene did. I think it was nearly 10 days ago. And now it's been just an utterly devastating hurricane season. Like, it was a bad one. There had been some bads. They're not bad, necessarily a bad one at this point, because a bunch of them had sort of turned off into the ocean up to this point, and kind of circled back towards Europe. But just with, you know, with Helene right now, it's already become, I think, nearly a record hurricane season. And immediately after, 1 week later, another hurricane Category 3 is going to hit Florida again. Potentially Georgia and all the other states that got hit. It's wild. I thought that was going to be it. I was like, okay, all right. Because I think we saw earlier this week, like, you know, it was not that long ago that we were looking at this system. Because this is the system we were looking at, like 3 or 4 days ago, I think. That I, at the time, thought, you know, had a high, or I didn't think, but the people who were talking about it, the meteorologists who were predicting only a 30% chance of it forming, and that chance had been going down for days, and then suddenly, blam, Category 3 incoming. And that's the thing, is the Gulf. We keep talking about the Gulf, and how it keeps getting warmer, and how it keeps feeding these fucking storms. It's just crazy.
Hallie.
Angie Lastman, thank you. Let's take you to Florida now, where they are racing to get ready for Milton. Marissa Parra is in St. Petersburg, where they're already ordering evacuations. Marissa, what's going on where you are?
Hey, Hallie, we're joining you from a very busy sandbagging station in St. Petersburg, Florida. The line of cars anywhere between 1 mile to 2 miles long. They are bracing for what could be yet another round of storm surge just over 1 week since Helene. We've got mandatory evacuation orders up and down the Gulf Coast. We have over 50 counties under a state of emergency. That's pretty much every county south of the Panhandle. And one massive risk here are those debris piles left over from Helene. Those could be very dangerous projectiles.
This shit is insane. The streets are just covered in missiles. You get 85, 100 mile per hour winds going through here, picking up all of this debris that wasn't there during Hurricane Helene. People are they are going to have to take this one seriously and just get the fuck out of there, because this is going to be dangerous as fuck. Jesus Christ.
Those debris piles left over from Helene, those could be very dangerous projectiles. So we just heard from the governor, Hallie, who said clearing those debris piles is a top priority. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
The fact is, there is, I think, about a 0% chance that in the next 3 days they clear all of the debris off the streets. Now, hopefully they do put in a massive effort on it. But, I mean, we've already talked about how this is going to take literally months and months and months and months of time to clear and clean up and all this stuff. So I feel like it's hard to be super optimistic about how much debris actually is going to get cleared. Hopefully enough to make an impact. What else do we have? Let's just go quickly to CBS. Here, I forgot about this one. This was from Yeah, like right before the stream started. Shit, where were we?
More rounds of rain and severe weather is heading our way, and South Florida isn't taking any chances. Many people are preparing for those strong winds and the flooding. CBS News Miami Steve Majuri is showing us what precautions are in place.
Hollywood opened up 2 city garages Sunday morning for residents in low-lying areas to store their cars during the storm. Dante Bishop has already moved his car. He knows how dangerous it is living close to the ocean.
I've seen water up to my ankles, calf, shin. I've seen the water, and you can feel the breeze, so it's coming.
And in Fort Lauderdale, the Edgewood neighborhood here is prone to flooding. So the city's installed this pump here to keep the drains clean and to prevent them from clogging or getting backed up. That pump is in front of Mark Rigdon's house. He says sandbags can only do so much.
Any amount of rain, the things back up, and then you have water. So at least now they're trying something.
He's taking down anything that could be blown away.
It's good to do your repairs before the storm comes.
And across the street, Marion Howard is tuning up his car. He says it's better to do it now than in a storm.
You want to make sure when you need to leave, you don't want to have no problems with your car.
A city official says the pump was put here since the neighborhood is vulnerable to flooding. The city also just finished construction on a neighborhood-wide stormwater improvement project for Edgewood. As for the pump, Rigdon and Howard will believe it works when they see it work.
When it works.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, that's fair to be somewhat skeptical in this moment. It totally makes sense. Because I believe they're going to get, including the storm surge, because this has got supposedly a lot of rain coming with it. 12 inches per 24-hour cycle, I believe, is what is projected right now, which is a ton of rain. Ton of rain. I mean, granted, Florida gets a lot of rain. But that's a lot. That's a lot. Do we still have this sound shot? Where is it? Is it that? No, that's not it. I think I took it down to add the crickets, and I'm regretting it. Alright, what next? What next? Well, if you are in Florida, you know somebody in Florida, stay safe. Or tell them to stay safe. Now let's look at this. This is all the way north in New York City. And the fact is New York City still has to worry about hurricanes. One could potentially hit New York City this season, for all we know. This is from 5 days ago, showing NYC unveiling high-tech advancements for potential disasters.
All right, well, it was 12 years ago. Later this month, that Superstorm Sandy struck our area. The deadly storm caused damage so severe that we are still feeling the impacts of it today. It also served as a lesson about the importance of preparedness when dealing with an emergency. This morning, New York City held a hurricane response drill on Staten Island to highlight the city's readiness for a storm and preview the new tools it has to respond to a disaster. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo.
A drone breaks the window of a building to get eyes on people trapped inside after a coastal storm. Emergency responders watch its camera feed closely on the ground. A family member panics. This is only a drill, but the mission is to save lives.
Throughout the entire stage of the event, from the life safety to the recovery, we are practicing that today so that we're prepared for when it does occur in the future.
New York City Emergency Management has seen devastation in the past with Sandy, and right now with Hurricane Helene in North Carolina.
We have you responding, 10-4.
Tuesday, first responders turned old hospital grounds on Staten Island into an emergency simulation. hinging on one tool they did not have years ago.
Let's say that there's an area that's affected by Hurricane Sandy in the city where they don't have any cell phone service. How are they supposed to request medical assistance? We can send a drone to make an announcement. Does anybody need medical attention?
Now, what's especially notable as emergency responders use this drone to surveil for mock victims inside this old building, they're using another drone about 30-minute drive away at Fox Beach, where a mock water rescue is going on. Emergency responders can view that feed from here. The drone deploys flotation devices to mock victims swept out to sea by storm surge. Army vet Jose Roland is leading the exercise, one that brings all agencies to the table.
What we're trying to do is create a task force that we...
That's pretty awesome, and the drone's way less expensive than a helicopter. You know, I mean, some of them get up there pretty pricey, but it's, you know, drones are very useful tools. Especially in these sort of disaster scenarios.
Coordinate all operations at a large-scale incident and have unity of effort. Make sure everybody's on the same mission, the same plan.
During an actual hurricane, when streets are flooded, every move counts. For Kaz.
Okay. We'd make a quick stop there in New York City while we're talking about hurricanes, with the potential for any of these hurricanes to decide to stick along the coastline and go all the way north. Could potentially happen. I mean, it already technically did. It just didn't really hit New York City. It actually just sort of went through the Midwest, right? And then hit Canada. It was earlier this year. It was quite devastating. To some places unexpected to me. Alright, let's go south to Brazil. They are having a sort of green problem. Damn.
Realmente tem uma mudança muito grande, na verdade.
There's a very big change in the green, actually. It's something I had never seen. At least I didn't remember seeing the park with this green water. We know that when the lake is full, it's a very different color. It looks pretty full. We see a difference in the grass, the water of the lake. Both the color and the low water level. Well, I guess it must be low. Actually, I guess I see what they're talking about now. I guess I see what they're talking about. Because you can kind of see very small plants along the edge. But yeah, you can also see the rocks here, and I think that's probably where it's supposed to be. So it's at least a couple feet lower than it should be. We see a difference in the grass, the water, the lake, both the color and the low water level. Right there you can see a sharp drop. The water level's bad, and this air ends up affecting us a lot to breathe. I'm a bit more breathless than usual. Yeah, and supposedly certain kinds of algae and the presence of too much algae can be very bad for just pretty much everything. Humans, wildlife, all of the things. Aside from the algae, of course. The algae's having a great time. Algae's loving it. Let's go, I think further south to Bolivia, where people are racing to save belongings as wildfires burning down homes. This is a couple of days ago. I think we covered the beginning of, or like the earlier portions of this fire. A man watches as his home is consumed by flames in northern Bolivia. Jesus.
La casa, como pueden observar, completamente se está encendiendo, se están que se ha podido encender.
Can you see the ash coming down like rain? Oh, it's kind of hard. It was kind of hard to see when he switched it to the other background, but when it gets white, you can kind of see it there.
Encender.
Oh my God.
Es incontrolable el fuego que podemos observar. Voluntario a esta hora de la...
Alright, now let's go all the way across the pond. Skip Western Europe and go straight to Greece, where they are dealing with a similar situation.
Άλλη μια μέρα δύσκολη, ευτυχώς ο αέρας έχει κοπάσει και πριν απ' όλα να εκφράσω...
Unfortunately, I have no idea what he's saying. I do not speak Greek. It's very different. It's a very different language. Much of what it does kind of flies completely into the face of what Latin and other sorts of Romance languages do. It's very counterintuitive. Okay, I think that's all the footage from this one, but let's go here. This was also in Greece. This is from 10 hours ago, also from the AP archive, where they're too lazy to give us subtitles. Like, these are literally all just for us. I hope you realize that. Like, I hope everybody here realizes just how much these videos are basically just for us. And for the people who, like, I think must just, like, live in the areas, because, for instance, these last two videos that we're watching from the AP archive have, this one 130 views, and the last one had 190 views. So, all total 329 people have seen these two videos in totality. It might not even be 329 people. It could be multiple people viewed it multiple times. Who knows? But that's what's up with these AP archives. It's basically a completely... for whatever reason, nobody seems to look at this channel. I don't know. But we do. What I kind of love about it is that it's all just raw footage. I mean, that's, you know, and AP Archive is just kind of just throwing it up here with almost zero editing and no production value. And to some degree, I appreciate that, rather than having constant narrative being thrown in my face by them. Although I'm not gonna lie, I do miss the subtitles. hold on. Sorry. I'm probably gonna clip this. Oh, holy fuck. That's wild. Look at the fucking... That's insane. That's a very high tower of fire. Alright, now let's go to Bosnia. It's weird how everything, if it's not currently or recently underwater, it's on fire. Or if it's not on fire, it's underwater right now. I'm being a little bit dramatic, but I think you get what I'm saying. Here's Bosnia, which recently got hit by flash floods, killing at least 16 people. We heard a large flood of water and rocks coming down from the hill. I told my son, let's go up to the attic. But we don't know what's going to happen. We've been in the attic from 2 a.m. until 7 a.m. We heard water, rock, and wood coming down. In the morning when we got out, we saw a large amount of sand around. I asked my son, was it snowing? He told me, Mom, it wasn't snowing. It was sand and rock from the quarry up the hill. Yeesh. Everywhere. Some year we're having, huh?
It's a great day for being sad.
Alright, now let's go to Thailand, where they also were hit by just incredible flooding. They had a interesting... Well, I guess you wouldn't call them hands, but they had a interesting set of feet, I guess, to help. Let's take a look at this. Alright, now I don't know how we do it because our climates are all wrong, but this is what we need in the United States. Okay, we need elephants. This will solve all of our problems. Okay, I'm being a little facetious for the sake of humor, but it does look fun. Come on, if you're gonna have to deal with the flood, might as well ride an elephant. Just saying. You know, if you're already dealing with something, why not also ride an elephant? It's got to improve the situation by at least 10%. What's happening? Even the guys in the boat are impressed. I don't speak Thai, but that's what I assume he just said. Like, wow, that might be better than the boat. Would hippos be another alternative? I think they're too ornery. I think they're too aggressive and territorial. I mean, it would be an interesting idea. I don't know if they can be tamed by humans, can they? I don't think I've ever seen a tamed hippo. Why is the water yellow? It's brown. And probably because it's filled with dirt and who knows what. Could be contents from the sewer. I mean, good God, you don't want to be in that water. Oh shit, it's that time. Wow, talk about... Whew, I am killing it tonight. Talk about professionalism. Exactly 4 hours in. Because that's basically what we've been doing every night, is 6-hour streams these days. So, 2 hours per half. And don't question it. I know it's thirds. It's more fun to call them halves. Alright, well, that concludes the second half. Still more content to go, but gonna take another quick space break. If you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And once you're done doing those two things, I would implore you to consider becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few US dollars a month, you can gain access to a plethora of space benefits unseen by other individuals in this galaxy. So, get on it.
Are you not entertained?
Now, if you would like to help support the Galactic News Network in other ways, they do exist. Things like Cash App, PayPal, Twitch, still not monetized on YouTube. But if you aren't subscribed, now's your chance to help us get there by subscribing. Alright. Enjoy this intermission, folks, and I'll be right back. Alright, chat, I am back, which means it's time for the final half. Gotta get ready, Space Fams. Oh no, it's stuck. Go to this one. You need to double these up. Just add some more computing. Alright. You don't think I take requests? Play YMCA. Funny. Very funny. There's a sure way to get copyright struck. Alright, let's take a look at this. This is the annual solar eclipse views from Argentina. I'm just gonna turn the volume down. Probably, let's see. Okay. I'm actually gonna move this forward a little bit because this is a pretty long video. See where it starts around here. Here, I guess I'll give us something else to listen to aside from the sound of wind on the microphone. What should we listen to? It's Sunday fun day after all. Let's find something. Yeah, here is our space news. Solar eclipse. Or, yeah. We are watching it at 2x, so it's moving slightly faster, but I'm going to move us through it a little bit here. I guess I'll just play this. I thought we'd just take a moment here, just be a little meditative, and just enjoy the wonder of space. It's Sunday fun day. We need these days to help recoup from all of the hard things we look at. How is everyone feeling at this moment? Just for a moment, I think maybe try and assess how you're feeling at this time. You don't have to answer, you can just answer to yourself if you like. Although you feel free to answer in chat as well. Look at that. And the Brits are awake. You see the clouds go by? That was super cool. You mean yay Sunday? Exactly, it's Sunday. On a Sunday fun day. I'm sorry to hear you're despondent. That seems bad. Does seem bad. Not gonna lie. I wish there was a way we could fix that for you. Hopefully the stream will do something in way of, what do you call it? Improving things for you. Alright, moving forward just slightly again. Don't worry, we're still just relaxing. We will be getting to things that are very difficult soon. We're not gonna hit up the, gonna get to the October 7 stuff quite yet. I'm just gonna keep playing the same song. Save you? NCC is watching a Buck, Angle, and Brianna Wu collab? That does sound difficult. You'd like to enjoy the wonders, perhaps, of the solar eclipse here in, was this Argentina? I believe this was in Argentina, although it was seen in multiple places along the band which it traveled. It's 420-ish somewhere. You're totally right. You're totally right. But yeah, we are going to be talking about the October 7th anniversary and protests worldwide once we get through the space news and the other earthly news. So close. Look at it. It's right there on the cusp. You can see it changing so slightly. You can see the arc at the end is almost complete. Oh my god, it did it! Ha! That was awesome. It looks so cool. I think you can hear people cheering. Yeah. Cool. Super cool. Let's see it exiting at the end. Alright. Let's get back to the serious stuff. Hope you enjoyed that. Getting to do all that stuff together seems fun. Like a Sunday fun day thing to do. Been holding on to that all week. It's from 5 days ago, wasn't it? 4 days ago, sorry. So I've been holding on to it for at least, over the entire weekend, and I think was it Thursday? Must have been Thursday. Alright, now let's go to this Earth story. The Speed Jigsaw World Championships.
What?
Actually, let's watch this one quick too. Hold on. And then we'll just go straight into the next one. This is a time lapse of the same thing we just saw. And I guess we could have just watched it that way. But I thought it was more fun to actually take the time. Because this goes by in 40 seconds and then it's over. And it's like, okay. Really got to take in the moment. Cool beans, cool beans, cool beans. What now? The Speed Jigsaw World Championships, of course. Oh, wait. I just realized something. Pause. Jesus Christ. I just realized. We are definitely on 2X. Yes. We're watching that clips. There we go.
I've been doing puzzles all my life, but then during the pandemic, I heard of speed puzzling, and I was like, I'm gonna go to the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship, and I started practicing. It's very special to be able to give yourself like an adrenaline kick at home at a Sunday morning just doing a puzzle, because that's what I feel when I do a puzzle really quick.
Oh! I hope they got the photo. At least they got the video. That is a real bummer. This is a call to recover the non-digital space, the classic game, the board game, and to get us away from the screens. I think it's a positive thing about this championship, which vindicates it. I don't know why it would need vindication. But okay. Seems good enough on its own. Alright, now let's go. Let's quickly talk about this. Well, I guess we could save this for another day. How are we doing on time? 4:20. I've been 4 hours going already. I think we can... Actually, hold on. How much do we have down here? Ooh. Alright, might skip a couple things. Should we keep it fun or serious? That's the real question. As we finish the Earth news and get to... Well, it means all Earth news. But before we get to the October 7th stuff. Actually, I take it all back. Sorry, chat. No, I totally forgot we have this too. Okay, then you know what we're going to do? We're going to go straight to this. I'm sorry. We have other stories which we could have looked at, but I just didn't time this right. And I think, considering it is already now October 7th, it's probably time to get to that last fun thing. Here, I'll give you one last fun thing. Because there was nothing else fun. I didn't even notice that. Did you see that? The runway looks like it's made of luggage. Louis Vuitton luggage, I think. This must be Louis Vuitton's portion of... Actually, that's crazy. I wonder if it's actually luggage or if it's just... what I would assume... Although I guess they might have... I don't know, that seems crazy to actually make it with real luggage. The fact is, it looks real. Makes it cool. All right. We're not going to watch this whole thing. We don't have time for that. Uh-oh, is it lagging? Am I getting copyright struck right now by somebody? Yeah, it is. I see that. Everybody make sure you're on the live version of all this. All right, now let's get on with things. And to start off, October 7th discussions and coverage, I thought we would go to this. Now, this was posted 12 years ago by a channel called The Ethan Was Here, which is a CBC interview. I have no idea what The Ethan Was Here is, but this was actually originally aired on CBC. I think this was even earlier than 12 years ago. I think this might have been in the late 80s on CBC. Although I might be wrong. I guess we'll find out in a second. Point is this is Noam Chomsky on his book, which is, discusses much which is relevant to the topic of October 7th, the Middle East. U.S. involvement, Israel, lots of stuff. It's Sunday Funday. Come on. We're trying. I'm going to figure out when this was actually posted. I don't think it was the 80s.
Is the United States
With the music, it's got to be like the 90s.
of America a leading terrorist state? Do the war in Afghanistan and American support of Israel prove that...
Oh, wait, actually, no. I take it back. This got to be the...
criminal?
I'm sorry, I take it all back. I forgot. This was also a discussion about it. So this must be like sometime in the early 2000s, is my guess. I don't actually know the exact date, but we'll figure that out as we go.
Well, according to Noam Chomsky, America's most famous dissident, the answer is yes. We meet him in Cambridge to talk about many things, including his new book, 9/11. Now, in the hysterical days following the September 11th attacks, when George Bush reduced the world to two camps, you're either with us or you're against us, two voices of dissent distinguished themselves. First Susan Sontag and then Noam Chomsky. Both refused to buy into George Bush's reductive worldview, and they reminded Americans of their own government's criminal actions around the world. Now, Noam Chomsky is, of course...
Okay, so this book was written in November 2001. And so I assume this interview was sometime shortly after that, since they just referred to it as his new book.
The MIT linguistics professor who famously popularized the concept of manufacturing consent. For years, he's written about how the West uses a propagandistic press to coerce its own citizens and how it uses covert forms of violence to maintain power around the world. Chomsky was overwhelmed with media requests about September 11th, so his new book, 9/11, is a collection of interviews that he gave in the following months. Now, interestingly, 9/11 has been a bestseller despite the fact that it's had a total lack of publicity. I met Noam Chomsky in Cambridge to talk about the post-9/11 world and how things have changed since then. But I began by asking him to explain how the war in Afghanistan is an example of how the U.S. is, in his mind, a leading terrorist state.
On October 12th, I guess, a couple of days after the bombing started, Bush publicly announced to the Afghan people that we will continue to bomb you unless your leadership turns over to us people who we suspect of carrying out crimes, although we refuse to give you any evidence, probably because they don't have any, and we dismiss without comment the offers of your leadership for negotiations about extradition. Notice that that's a textbook illustration of international terrorism. That is, by the U.S. official definition, that is the use of the threat of force or violence, in this case extreme violence, to attain political ends through intimidation and fear and so on. That's the official definition. This is a textbook illustration of it. 3 weeks later, by the end of October, the war aims had changed. They were first announced, as far as I can find out, by the British Defence Minister, Sir Admiral Boyce. Admiral Boyce, the British Defence Minister. He informed the Afghan population that we will continue to bomb you until you change your leadership. Well, that's an even more dramatic illustration of international terrorism, if not aggression. And that was the goal that was followed. This had nothing to do with finding the criminals and bringing them to justice. This is a totally different issue.
If the United States is a leading terrorist state, if, as you say, Britain is another example of a terrorist state, how do you distinguish between that kind of what you describe as terrorism and what they are saying, Osama bin Laden, who's a terrorist? Make the distinction.
That's very simple. If they do it, it's terrorism. If we do it, it's counterterrorism. That's a historical universal.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean about this? Like, it's so very much still just so relevant in a completely different conflict, technically. And yet, just all of this seemingly applies to what's happening right now.
Go back to Nazi propaganda, say. Most extreme mass murderers ever. If you look at Nazi propaganda, it's exactly what they said. They said they are defending the populations and the legitimate governments of Europe, like Vichy, from the terrorist partisans who are directed from London. Okay, that's the basic propaganda line. And like all propaganda, no matter how vulgar, it has an element of truth. The partisans did carry out terror. They were directed from London. The Vichy government is about as legitimate as half the governments the U.S. has installed around the world and supports. So yes, there was a minor element of truth to it. And that's the way it works. If somebody else carries it out, it's terror. If we carry it out, it's counter-terror. I think perhaps one of the most dramatic examples right at this moment is a place where I just was a couple of weeks ago, southeastern Turkey. Southeastern Turkey is the site of some of the worst terrorist atrocities of the 1990s. This is the Kurds.
Attacks on the Kurds.
Attacks on the Kurds left a couple of million refugees. Much of the countryside devastated. Tens of thousands of people killed. Every imaginable barbaric form of torture you can dream of. It's all well documented in Human Rights Watch reports and so on. How did they do it? Well, they did it with a huge flow of U.S. arms, which peaked in 1997. In the single year 1997, in that 1 year, the arms transfers to Turkey from the United States were higher than the entire Cold War period, up until the insurgency started, the counterinsurgency started. But look at the way it's treated. Look at the way it's treated. This massive international terrorism, run and supported by the United States, is considered a great triumph of counterterrorism. So if you read the State Department reports on terror, they praise Turkey for its success in showing how to counter terror. You read a front page article in the New York Times, praises Turkey for showing how to deal with terror. Turkey was selected as the country to provide the forces for what they call the International Force for Afghanistan. Actually, it's for Kabul alone. It's Turkey that's being offered, is being paid by the United States extensively to carry out the repression of terror, thanks to their achievements in countering terror, namely by carrying out some of the worst terror of the 1990s, massive ethnic cleansing and atrocities, with U.S. support. Now, this is a real achievement of the intellectual culture to be able to do this. But it illustrates very well the answer to your question, terror and counterterror. If some enemy state did this, I mean, we'd be, not just outraged, we'd be bombing them.
All right.
Okay. I think that's a good place to leave it. Although this is a fascinating conversation. Actually, you know what? No, I take it back. Let's watch a little bit more. We're only 6 minutes in. For some reason, I thought we'd gone longer. I think we have time. Let me see. Hold on. How much time? I think we can do this. We can do this. We can get through all of this. But there's a lot. We can do it. I believe in us. I believe in a thing called space fams.
come back, Noam Chomsky says that nations such as the United States and Israel should acknowledge their own crimes before talking about right and wrong, and he says a lot more than that, so stick around for more Noam Chomsky. Let's talk about in the Middle East, for example, where Sharon says,
You're voting Noam Chomsky for the next support character vote? I think we're going to do the next one on maybe... We're going to start it in, like, January for 2025. You know, get a fresh start to the year after the new year. Maybe on the new year, we'll do a galactic UN vote. I don't know. It seems crazy. I'm going too far. Don't write that down.
Experiencing terrorist bombings, and therefore we have to have a big operation in the West Bank and root out terrorism. And people say, hey, you're violating human rights, and the Israelis say there's no equivalency between suicide bombings and protecting our security, and the Palestinians say there's no equivalence between suicide bombings and the occupation.
This is the 35th year of a harsh, brutal, and vicious occupation, supported unilaterally by the United States, constant terror and atrocities. Suppose Palestinians say, well, we're under terrorist attack for 35 years, therefore we have a right to carry out suicide bombings.
Which is what they say.
Do you accept this? Does anybody accept it?
Nobody accepts it.
All right, then how come everyone accepts the Israeli claim to be doing it, which is a much weaker claim? Because after all, there's no symmetry in this situation. They are the military occupiers. Palestine isn't occupying Israel. And this isn't just started now. It's gone on years ago. I mean...
So does that, in your mind, justify
no,
the suicide
not.
bomb?
Of course not.
What's crazy is that this conversation happened 25 years ago. It's like they did this interview yesterday.
Years ago. I mean...
So does that, in your mind, justify
no,
the suicide
bomb?
bomb?
Of course not.
It doesn't
in anybody's
mind.
So
it invalidates both sides.
Those who defend suicide bombing, and there are very few, don't have a leg to stand on. Those who defend the Israeli atrocities, including the U.S. government, most intellectual opinion, a good bit of the West generally, yeah, they don't have a leg to stand on either, and they have a much weaker position. We're back to Turkey again. So just take the Powell mission. Powell is praised because he's such a wonderful diplomat. He succeeded in, he went to Yasser Arafat, who's imprisoned in a dungeon where he can't even flush the toilet, and he extracted from him a statement condemning terror. Did anybody suggest that Powell should have asked Sharon to condemn the Israeli atrocities? Did anyone suggest that Powell ask George Bush to condemn the fact that he's been sending Israel the Apache attack helicopters, which have been devastating Jenin?
But the UN's been condemning them anyway.
Oh, no. You didn't understand my point. Did anybody suggest, can you find a word in the press anywhere, or anywhere, that suggested Powell should have requested a condemnation of Israeli terror from Sharon and of U.S. backing of that terror from Bush? I mean, that's a thought that couldn't enter anyone's mind. And the reason is because our profound commitment to terror and violence, when it's committed by our clients and by ourselves, that is so deep that we can't even think of the question.
You asked us after September 11, one of your points is we ought to look in the mirror, we being America or the West. We ought to look in the mirror at our own. Was that a way of saying, look, people like bin Laden are angry at us for good reason?
No,
in other words, is there a way to justify... That's
not what I was saying. The statement of mine that you just quoted is a very conservative statement. In fact, it was articulated by George Bush's favorite philosopher, Jesus Christ, who pointed out, famously, defined the notion hypocrite. A hypocrite is a person who focuses on the other fellow's crimes and refuses to look at his own. That's the definition of hypocrite by George Bush's favorite philosopher. When I repeat that, I'm not taking a radical position. I'm taking a position which is just elementary morality.
But even if he is a hypocrite, and
not he, everyone.
Okay, even if...
Let me ask another question. See, here's an experiment. Try to find a phrase in the massive commentary on September 11th which is not hypocritical in the sense of George Bush's favorite philosopher. Find one phrase.
All right, but
I don't think you can do it.
Okay, but before, I don't want to get Gnostic here and religious on it, but I do want to...
This is not religion. This is elementary morality. If people cannot rise to the level of applying to ourselves the same standards we apply to others, they have no right to talk about right and wrong or good and
But
evil.
let's talk about even in right. And look, there's nobody pure, but an argument has been made. I know that the U.S. has committed atrocities. However, they did oust a more brutal regime, the Taliban. There was...
That wasn't even a war aim.
There
wasn't even a war aim. Wasn't even a war aim.
But is that a moral thing to do? They did get rid of a brutal regime. There was celebration in now.
Good, fine. Let them bomb Israel and get rid of the brutal regime there. Let them bomb Uzbekistan and get rid of the brutal regime there.
You say the Taliban and the Israeli government are the same?
No, they're not the same. They're brutal regimes. But let's go back a stage. The goal was not to oust the Taliban. That was not a war aim. That was a war aim that was picked up several weeks after the bombing started. Okay? And let's go back. Suppose that and there are dozens of long list of brutal regimes around the world.
The reporter is hostile. Yeah, but Noam's rhetorical and linguistic abilities are just fucking, especially back, 20 years ago when he was younger. I mean, now he's approaching 100 years old. Back here, he's the spry 80-year-old version of himself, and he is as quick as, like it is just, it's true, and he just lulls this guy, into, or not even lulls, he sort of batters him into submission. It's pretty incredible.
Which ought to be overthrown, but not by somebody bombing them. However, let's go back to the late October, when after 3 weeks of bombing, when the U.S. and its British client decided to shift the war aims to overthrowing the Taliban regime. There was a meeting sponsored by the United States in Peshawar, Pakistan, of 1,000 Afghan leaders. They unanimously condemned the bombing and said it was undermining their efforts, which they thought could succeed, to overthrow the Taliban regime from within. The U.S. is doing it just to show off their muscle.
All right, now
so the question of whether to overthrow a regime, yeah, that arises. And I think the Afghans are right. Regimes should be overthrown from within, and in this case, it was probably very likely that that would succeed. It was.
Yeah, and look at how it all ended up. Taliban in charge of the country, like we were supposedly there to stop from happening for, was it more than 15 years, wasn't it? When did we show up in 2000? Actually, yes, it was about 15 years, right? Like 2008?
Small, brutal group, highly unpopular, plenty of opposition to it, which could have been organized from within, and that's the way to overthrow a regime. If we want to overthrow the regime of Uzbekistan, now a great favorite, but it happens to be not very different from the Taliban, the way to do it would not be to bomb Uzbekistan, but to support internal democratic forces and let them do it. And that
and he just, it's not just his, like I said, rhetorical or linguistic abilities. It's also his historical knowledge. I mean, he can reference practically every single country on the planet with just vast knowledge on each situation, and it's just mind-boggling to me. He doesn't have any sort of, like, he makes eye contact with the guy the whole time. He's not, like, looking at notes or trying to recall things. He's just, one after the other, just sort of blasting it all out.
To support internal democratic forces and let them do it. And that generalizes around the world.
Now, Robert Kaplan, who writes about foreign policy, I spoke to him recently about his book, Warrior Policy.
20 years? Was it 2000? Was it 2005? 2004 that we got into? I thought it was later than that, wasn't it?
And I put some of your points to him. He said about the distinction between the terrorist states that you call Israel, America, and the terrorist states that America calls the Taliban. He said, I wish Noam Chomsky had been with me in Romania in the 70s or the 80s, just one of the 7 or 8 Warsaw states with just one of the 7 or 8 prison systems with 700,000.
Take it all back. 2001? Oh, we didn't wait any time, did we? God, it was more than 20 years. It was 23 years ago. Almost 25 now. That's insane. What a regrettable portion of American history.
Political prisoners. Adult choice of foreign policy is made on distinctions. The argument that Chomsky makes has no distinctions because there's a difference between the quantity and the kind of dictators that America supported and the quantity and the kind of things we went in communist world for 44 years.
Okay, so let's take his example, Romania, Ceausescu. Hideous regime, which he forgot to tell you the United States supported. Supported right till the end, as did Britain. So the example that he gave is a perfect example. It's a small example.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. They invaded Afghanistan first and then Iraq. That's right. I don't know why I have it mixed up in my head. I think it's because we left Afghanistan afterwards. So I think that's why it was so long ago. And I was really quite, youthful at the time.
Much more brutal regimes. I gave an example in southeastern Turkey. Several million refugees, tens of thousands of people killed, a country devastated. That's rather serious. Nobody accused Milosevic of that in Kosovo. East Timor, we supported, Indonesia was one of Suharto was one of the worst killers and torturers of the late 20th century. The United States and Britain supported him throughout. He's our kind of guy, as the Clinton administration said in 1995. Horrible atrocities. In fact, when he came into office in 1965 with a coup, the CIA compared it to Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. It led to total euphoria in the United States and Britain, massive support when he carried out even worse comparable atrocities elsewhere. The couple of, hundreds of thousands of people killed then, hundreds of thousands later. Full support, continued right through the end of his rule. In fact, continued past his rule. In late 1999, when they were rampaging and destroying what was left of East Timor, the U.S. and Britain continued to support him. And I can continue through the world like this.
Well, Kaplan says that there is a distinction. Everyone's got some blood on their hands, but he says, we have significantly less blood because what we are is a soft imperialist, not state terrorist.
So like when we supported his example, Ceausescu in Romania right to the end, that's good. How about killing several million people in Vietnam? How about...
Did you see that face?
I don't want reality.
Oh boy, he just obliterated him once again with a single sentence. It's truly incredible.
That's good. How about killing several million people in Vietnam? How about killing hundreds of thousands of people in Central America in the 80s, leaving 4 countries devastated beyond maybe beyond recovery.
Disqualify the U.S. from their intervening in any other way?
Look, nor does it disqualify the fact that bin Laden is a terrorist, or that, say, the Taliban are a terrorist state. That fact doesn't disqualify them from bombing Washington. What disqualifies from doing that is even if they were Mahatma Gandhi, they shouldn't do it. Kaplans can't understand trivialities. The triviality here is that nobody except the ultra-right-wing jingoists like Kaplan is comparing atrocities by various countries. What honest people are saying, this seems to be incomprehensible, is that we should keep to the elementary moral level of the Gospels. We should pay attention to our own crimes and stop committing them. This would be true even if we were killing one person, okay? And it's even more true when we're killing millions of people.
Let's bring it to the bigger picture than just because the question, he says, we all agree with the Gospels. This is, and then
He doesn't.
But he says, look, I believe in a Hobbesian world. This is what he says.
So is he saying we should overthrow
it's nasty. If you leave people alone, they'll kill each other. And that's why what you need, what he calls, is an organizing hegemon, an overweening power.
Which is always us.
Yeah, which is always us, he says.
Right, because and why is it us? Because we have the power. And we have a massively subservient intellectual class of which he's an illustration, which will support U.S. atrocities no matter how awful they are.
But he says this is realpolitik, that Chomsky's off in another land with his gospel, that he says, look...
Forget gospel. I'm talking about the most elementary morality. If a person doesn't understand that, they have no right to talk, okay? If you don't understand that you pay attention to your own crimes, you have no right to talk.
You're talking about the gospel. I mean, the Ten Commandments came from the Torah. You do the eye contact thing much? How far behind me are you? Yeah, I get that. I also had that problem for a while. I had to kind of train myself to do it on a regular basis.
He talks about Machiavellian virtue. Sometimes we do a bad thing to protect our democratic and our good institutions and a just society.
Yes, now how are we protecting our democratic institutions by supporting mass slaughter in southeastern Turkey in the last few years? Was that supporting our democratic institutions?
Was it supporting...
Our democratic institutions?
Not ours, but...
Anybody?
Would Kaplan argue that...
You don't think Chomsky is a Jew unless he practiced? What? Come on. You mean, first off, he grew up in a very devout religious household. His parents were very, very religious and bunch of... I mean, we can go into it. We don't have time. Yeah.
Nation state has a right to use any means necessary to protect its sovereignty.
Oh, then he's justifying Milosevic. He's saying Milosevic had the right to do anything he wanted to repress the Kosovars in Albania. Is that what he's saying?
Do we need a constabulary, a force, a central force? In this case, it's America because it's the superpower.
Do we need a constabulary? Wow, that is incredible.
Sometimes use unjust means in the service of just causes.
What are the just causes? What was the just cause in, for example, slaughtering Kurds in southeastern Turkey? What was the just cause? What was the just cause in supporting Suharto when he killed a couple 100,000 landless peasants in Indonesia, went on to become one of the biggest torturers in the world, and then slaughtered a third of the population of East Timor? What was the just cause? What was the just cause when we invaded South Vietnam 40 years ago? This is the 40th anniversary of the public announcement of the U.S. attack on South Vietnam, ending up killing millions of people, leaving the country devastated, still dying from chemical warfare. What was the just cause? What was the just cause when we fought a war to a large extent against the Catholic Church in Central America in the 1980s, killing hundreds of thousands of people, every imaginable kind of torture and devastation? What was the just cause? Can I continue? Yeah, the just cause for people like Kaplan is we did it. Therefore, it's a just cause. You can read that in the Nazi archives, too.
All right, when we come back, Noam Chomsky's always controversial views on Israel and his idea for solving problems using international law. So stick around once again for more Noam Chomsky.
Okay, that's it. We can't do the whole thing. But I figured we would get in there, let Noam Chomsky start this all off for us in this discussion of October 7th, that being 1 year later. Hard to call it an anniversary, really, but that seems to be what everybody else is calling it right now. Feels more like, I don't know. I mean, it's still an... The fact is, it's all still... whatever. Let's go here now to Associated Press. Get us back to reality. Get us back to where we are currently. This is drone and other footage compiled together showing Gaza before and after. Devastation is utterly complete. I mean, look at the differences in all this. We've seen the coastline recently. Looks nothing like that. Alright. This is TRT World from 7 hours ago.
Imagine you are banished from your home. Everything you thought was yours, stolen, carried off, gone. No one hears. No one sees. How long can you endure it? Until October 7th. The world could no longer look away. All bore witness. Hospitals bombed, children killed, cities reduced to ruins. Humanity lost. Unimaginable cruelty, impossible to ignore. A tidal wave of change sweeps across the globe.
Mr. Netanyahu, stop this war now. Illegal.
For every soul lost, voices cry louder for vengeance, demanding an end to Israeli violence.
Just as Hitler, who viewed himself as invincible, was ultimately stopped, Netanyahu will be stopped as well.
This is not just politics. It's a matter of humanity. It's more than a conflict. It's a quest for dignity. The world's eyes are finally wide open. Do not let them close again.
Nobody cares. I present Exhibit A, outside of the White House from a day ago. Alright, now let's go to Rome, where pro-Palestinian demonstrators were attacked by police. This was from yesterday. All right, let's go here to India. This was from Also yesterday.
Blood against Palestinians. America, America, America now water paradise. Water, 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 America now water.
Look at all the watermelon. Alright, let's go back to Spain. In Madrid. This was 23 hours ago. You don't know what the watermelon stands for? I'm shocked of all the people to not know. Watermelon stands for the Palestinian flag, the Palestinian cause. You see the colors? You see the colors? It's like it's like a watermelon, right? Green and red with black seeds, right? You see it? Do you see what we're talking about? I'm honestly shocked that you don't know about this. Seems like a lot of people care. All right, let's go back west to the United States. This is in New York, 16 hours ago.
We are fueled by the mood of our people who continue to rise from the rubble, and we commit to rebuilding Gaza, our homeland, and a liberated future for us all. Today and every day until Palestine is free, we will elevate the voices of our people, honor our martyrs, and resist by any means necessary.
I could personally hear the protest while I was working on getting ready for this stream on my Earth residence earlier today. Seems like a lot of people are out there showing they still care about this 1 year later. Oopsies, what just happened? Fix yourself. God dang it.
This government, they speak of peace, and they speak of democracy, and they speak of justice, but they turn a blind eye to the ethnic cleansing that's happening in Palestine. Not only are they complicit, but they are the architects of this violence, of the oppression that is faced by our brothers and sisters in Palestine and all over the region. They speak of peace, but they fund the very forces that uphold apartheid.
Alright, now let's go to, is this New Jersey? No. Oh, we're going all the way to Turkey here. This was from 13 hours ago. Please play. There we go. Ooh, they even had a drone for this one. Very fancy. That's a lot of people. I just noticed there was that little break in it. And I thought it stopped, and then you notice all the way back. It's just people, as far as you can see. It looks like they may have parked trucks to block it. I can't tell. Or maybe they're part of a... Oh my god, it's like an entire parade that's going down here. See, they got like a big-ass banner. Multiple banners. It's huge. I'm going to make this go a little faster because this one's a little long. And we have a bunch of protests to look at, in fact, and other things to discuss here on this. So I'm going to speed it up just slightly. How many protests do we have to look at? There's a ton. And there's still been a bunch of other shit that's happened, too. Jesus. It is quite the banner. Square watermelon is a scam? That's actually... I've heard that. I've heard that. I've heard that the square watermelon, because of the way it's grown, it's not as good. Because they have to do a bunch of weird shit to it to make it. They have to put it in like a weird box to get it to grow the way that it does. Like a little plastic mold. It causes it to get not enough, like, sunlight or something. They look cool. This is their protesting street? I think it's just a normal street that they've blocked off. Well, it's very fancy with all the holes in the middle. Alright, now let's go back to the United States, to Paterson, New Jersey.
The rally was held today on what's known as Palestine Way in Paterson, New Jersey. The Palestinian American Community Center hosted the march, marking 1 year of war in Gaza, where more than 40,000 people have been killed, according to Gaza's health ministry. In addition to calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, those...
Whoa, did you hear CBS? They just called it Gaza's health ministry. Oh, interesting.
I don't want reality.
Seems like CBS is kind of sick of not being able to do, I don't know, slightly unbiased journalism. It's wild. I think that's the first time I've ever heard them refer to it in that way.
In addition to calling for a ceasefire in Gaza,
whoa.
those taking part in the march also want to see...
Why is it playing at 2x? Don't repress us.
Hosted the march, marking 1 year of war in Gaza, where more than 40,000 people have been killed, according to Gaza's health ministry. In addition to calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, those taking part in the march also want to see an end to the widening war in other parts of the Middle East.
Message today to start the ceasefire. Now is a big concern. They have fighting against Iran, so maybe American involved with that. And me, my wife, my family, we're American, and we don't need more innocent people life taken for nothing.
Palestinian artwork was also on display. Paterson, New Jersey has one of the largest Palestinian populations in the U.S. Stay with CBS News New York as Israel marks 1 year since the deadly Hamas attack. You can get updates anytime on our website, cbsnewyork.com, and on the CBS News app.
All right, now this next video is very disturbing, so hold on. I'm going to... No, hold on, please. All right. Pause this and sort of... what's the word? Give you some warning on this next one. This was outside of the White House, like we were looking at earlier. This was towards, I believe, the end of this March. This was 11 hours ago. And what you're about to see is the aftermath of a man attempting to set him on fire. So attempting to set himself on fire. Outside of the White House during this protest, people did put him out. But this is a very difficult video to watch, so I figured I'd let people know ahead of time.
Being neglected! We spread the misinformation! I'm a journalist, and I said it was okay!
What's the point of that? What the fuck was the point of that? Hold on. What the fuck was the point of this guy just coming in and just after the fact just assaulting these two people? We're watching that again. That was bullshit. Hold on.
Illegal. Being neglected! We spread the misinformation!
Now, apparently, from what this guy is saying, it sounds like he's a journalist and he's sick of spreading the misinformation.
And I said it was okay!
What the fuck? So yeah, people showing concern get attacked by the police, apparently. Oh, okay. Sorry. Alright, so now this is we're gonna momentarily take a break from protests. There are more protests we're gonna be looking at, but we are now going to talk about what's happened in the Middle East over the last couple of days. Actually, these are in the wrong order. Oh, no, they're not. No, they're not. So, we're going to be seeking a bunch of different places. Obviously, Israel has been attacking Lebanon relentlessly. And we are going to look at some of the footage of those attacks in Lebanon over the last day. To start off what's been going on in the Middle East, although there's been a number of other things to talk about, including things in Gaza, I think, and also in the West Bank. And, yeah, okay, let's start here in the with the Associated Press from a day ago, showing Israeli, airstrikes, well, not the airstrikes themselves, but the aftermath and the destruction of these airstrikes in Lebanon. This is eastern Lebanon.
Cabeça, da cabeça.
So this is the aftermath, as you can see, of another Israeli strike in Beirut. So they are hitting all portions of this country. They told people to evacuate the south, but Beirut's in the central area. That last strike was in the east central area. Beirut's on the west. I think it is on the Mediterranean. At least part of it is. And then after this, we're going to have about 4 videos in a row of different airstrikes that have been done over the last day in Lebanon. Where's BCAT? I do not know. It is getting very late on the East Coast.
Canlı yayında vurulma anları. Canlı yayında vurulma anları. Of. Hulya çok yakınınızda oluyor.
Benim de şarjım bitiyor ya.
Çok yakınımızda. Çok yakınımızda diyor.
Canlı yayında vurulma anları. Of. Hulya çok yakınınızda oluyor.
Benim de şarjım bitiyor ya.
Çok yakınımızda. Çok yakınımızda diyor.
Look at the fucking fires. That's just a building on fire right there, or something. It might be some sort of propellant, some sort of fuel. Hard to tell. Cacao.
Cacao?
Just realized I was on Top Chat this whole time. That is atrocious. How do I do that? How do I go the entire stream, or some portion of the stream, even? Top chat. You notice this? Anybody else notice this? Giant. I mean, fluorescent, lit up cross right here. Appears to be a church. This is from 6 hours ago, I think. This next one. Oh, wait, no. No. And actually, I think this is the same video we just watched. Just released by Forbes Clips Factory. Let's just go to this. This is from the AP 6 hours ago. This banner is just a wrench. Okay, now I think some of you have probably seen this footage already, but I figured we'd go look again and see what the State Department had to say about
a few other topics before I come back to Che
Israel's incursion in Lebanon.
Just want to ask you about a comment you made earlier about that the ceasefire is still your goal, but you are supporting the incursion, ground incursion, to target a terrorist organization positions in the south, as you mentioned it. But what is needed to be achieved in the ground, so then the priority will be the ceasefire?
So I'm not going to offer an assessment today of where the operations that the government of Israel has launched, where they are going to go. We support them in these limited incursions to clear out Hezbollah infrastructure above and below ground, but ultimately we want to get to a diplomatic resolution. Yeah, no, I know, but it is a question about where it's going to go. I'm not going to publicly. We are let's say, like, we are very much aware of the risk of, as I said, this beginning to look like previous incursions across the Lebanese border, and we're having conversations with the Israeli government about that, but I'm not going to get into it publicly.
Today, Iranian official told Al Jazeera that Iranian government passed messages to you, to U.S. government, via Qatar, that they don't want a regional war, but they want you to contain, and I'm quoting here, the Israeli insanity in the region, and that their self-restraint is no longer required only of them, it should be mutual. Did you receive such messages?
So, I rarely, and I'm not going to, in this instance, comment on messages that we have received or may have received from the Iranian government. I would note that the day after you launch 200 ballistic missiles at another state, or 2 days after you launch ballistic missiles at another state, it's hardly time to pat yourself on the back and show that.
What a smarmy douchebag. We all know that America's been patting Israel on the back for all of its very precise, supposedly,
illegal
strikes that it's been doing. So who gets to pat themselves on the back? It's only particular people that the U.S. grants back patting privileges.
I hear you. What is acceptable to the U.S. in terms of Israel's response, right? How long is the U.S. comfortable with Israel bombing Lebanon?
I know you guys are going to ask this question every which way, and I totally understand that. We are having conversations, discussions. We're in contact with the Israelis on what's next. We have been very clear there will be consequences. You saw the joint statement, the G7, there's going to be consequences, there's going to be sanctions, and I'm not going to preview those sanctions from here, but we have always said Israel has the right to defend itself, and you saw just on Tuesday night, and not just Tuesday night, in April.
But nobody else has the right, remember, of course, because if you don't have the sanctioning, if you don't have the express permission of the United States, you don't have the right to defend yourself. And it's pretty explicit in the way that it's expressed by people such as Corinne Jean-Pierre here, or Matt Miller in the last video, who it is that's allowed to defend himself and who has to sit around while getting bombed. Let's go here to the Middle East Eye from 2 days ago, discussing Israel's last war with Lebanon, which ended in 2006 and did not quite go the way that they planned.
It's been 20 years since Israel last fought a war in Lebanon, a war that it lost. Not by its own admission, but the impact of it would haunt Israel and Israel's military for years.
Because we have created a deterrent in the war in Lebanon. They can shoot anytime they want.
It would shatter its image of a military superpower in the region, and it would signal to its rivals that it wasn't invincible, that it could be defeated. But this loss had nothing to do with military might or tactical advantage. It came down to a brutal but ultimately failed military strategy it called the Dahiya Doctrine. In short, Israeli generals believed that if they inflicted enough damage to Lebanon's civilian population, that ordinary people would rise up and overthrow Hezbollah. But that simply didn't work. So let's talk about what did happen in 2006 and why Israel just hasn't learned from its past mistakes. My name is Mohammed Hassan, and this is The Big Picture.
وستبقى اسم هذه الحدود الحدود اللبنانية الفلسطينية، وبالنسبة لنا لن يكون هناك يوم نقول فيه أو نعترف فيه بحدود لبنانية إسرائيلية.
Hezbollah came into existence specifically to fight Israel. The group was formed in 1985 in the midst of Lebanon's bitter civil war, just 3 years after Israel had invaded and occupied South Lebanon. Its members were young Shia fighters from working-class neighborhoods inspired by the anti-imperialist revolution that had just taken place in Iran years earlier, which brought Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini to power, vowing to take on America and its proxy allies in the region. Hezbollah focused its fight on the Israeli presence in South Lebanon and Israel's ally, the Lebanese Christian South Lebanon Army. Its guerrilla tactics would continue until 2000, when Israel's army was forced to withdraw under pressure from the international community, who was outraged by its military tactics in the south. By now, Lebanon was in ruins, with little means of protecting itself from the outside and little power to control the armed groups that had emerged within it. Hezbollah had become one of the most powerful political and military forces in Lebanon, and its charismatic leader, Hassan Nasrallah, claimed victory over Israel after 18 years of occupation and vowed to continue fighting.
هذا النصر نقدمه لشعبنا المظلوم في فلسطين المحتلة. إن إسرائيل هذه التي تملك أسلحة نووية وأقوى سلاح جو في المنطقة والله هي أوهن من بيت العنكبوت.
But despite Israel's withdrawal, tensions along the border continued for years. Israel also retained control of key farmland in the south, something that Hezbollah really wanted back. Nasrallah himself was under tremendous...
Okay, hold on. Can't watch this whole thing. We still got a bunch of stuff to look at. Well, this is a very illuminating documentary on the Lebanese-Israeli conflict and brings quite a lot of context to what's going on here if you don't already know these things.
By exacting a heavy price from the elite in Beirut. The strategy was large-scale destruction as a way to pressure the Lebanese people to reject the message of Hezbollah. It would become known as the Dahiya Doctrine, named after the Beirut neighborhood where Hezbollah's headquarters were located. Dahiya was completely leveled by Israeli bombing, and large craters could still be seen years later. This would become a blueprint for how Israel treated every conflict from this point on. They used it in Gaza in 2008, 2014, 2021, and we're seeing it in action today. An Israeli defense analyst would later describe this new way of thinking. Israel again will not be able to limit its response to actions whose severity is seemingly proportionate to an isolated incident. Rather, it will have to respond disproportionately in order to make it abundantly clear that the State of Israel will accept no attempt to disrupt the calm currently prevailing along its borders. And indiscriminate attacks became its modus operandi. An Israeli general told reporters where to attack. Once inside Lebanon, everything is legitimate. Not just southern Lebanon, not just the line of Hezbollah posts. This strategy...
And we've already seen that. We've already been seeing that ever since they started stepping up their attacks in Lebanon. Alright, hold on. We'll watch one more snippet of this. Yeah.
In Gaza erupted after the events of October 7, Israeli generals immediately implemented the Dahiya Doctrine. Its planes devastated the civilian population in Gaza as a way to deplete Palestinian morale, to destroy their infrastructure, and importantly, to make sure its soldiers never got caught off guard on the ground. But has that strategy worked? In Gaza, Hamas fighters mimicked the tactics Hezbollah had used in 2006, including tunnel warfare and anti-tank missiles. 12 months on, Israel's own generals admit that their stated aim of destroying Hamas is an impossible goal, with fighting in northern parts of Gaza persisting despite the death of more than 41,000 Palestinians.
Hamas is an idea. Hamas is a party, and it is implanted in people's hearts. Whoever thinks that we can demolish Hamas is wrong.
Fighting along the border with Lebanon also reignited with Hezbollah, launching rockets in solidarity with Gaza, forcing Israel to evacuate its northern towns once again. Then in September, Israel took the fight back into Lebanon with a week-long campaign of airstrikes that has so far killed close to 2,000 people and an air, sea, and land blockade imposed on the whole country.
أنا مش بس عندي خوف من اندلاع حرب كبيرة، أنا عندي خوف من ما ينتهي لبنان على الآخر.
لا ما اتوقع على اساس منطقة آمنة، أكيد هون منا جبهة حرب، هون في عيال، في ناس، في نسوان، في أولاد صغار. مجرمين.
Sorry. I keep looking away when they do. The second that they start doing subtitles, and I should be trying harder, I'm sorry. I'm worried about Lebanon. I'm not just worried about the start of a big war. I'm worried about the end of Lebanon itself. This was supposed to be a safe zone. There are no fighters here. It's just families. There's women and little children. They're criminals. They're not fighting other people carrying guns. They're killing civilians. If the Israelis invade again, they'll be digging their own graves. If they invade this time, they won't get out alive.
Took place in the same neighborhood where all of this began, Al-Dahiya. On the 27th of September, more than 80 bombs were dropped on a single block of residential apartments in the densely populated suburb near the Hezbollah headquarters.
I knew it. I knew they were apartment buildings. Remember this? We watched this video, and at the time I was like, these is just an indiscriminate strike on apartment buildings. It's what it appears to be, and, well, Middle East, I just confirmed it. There was no information on the video when we first watched it. Now, well, we got even more context for this weeks later. Or, I guess, not even weeks later. It's been like 11 days.
On the 27th of September, more than 80 bombs were dropped on a single block of residential apartments in the densely populated suburb near the Hezbollah headquarters. Hezbollah's senior command, including Hassan Nasrallah himself, were killed in the attack, and Israel celebrated this as a victory.
Citizens of Israel, these are great days. We are at what appears to be a historic turning point.
What has it actually won? For one thing, Hezbollah maintains that its military capabilities are still intact and that it's ready to face off another ground invasion.
Islamic resistance will continue to confront the Israeli enemy in support of Gaza and Palestine, in defense of Lebanon and its people, and in response to the assassinations and killing of civilians. Okay, wait, what? Is this program open right now? Ew. Go away. You shouldn't be open. Okay, now let's keep moving. And that's a recent clip, I believe, of that Israeli military spokesman admitting that Hamas is actually an ideology. But let's go back here. This is 6 months ago. Benjamin Netanyahu saying, "We will destroy Hamas."
I deeply appreciate the support we've received from President Biden and the administration, and I hope it will continue. But let me be clear. Israel will win this war no matter what. To win this war, we must destroy the remaining Hamas battalions in Rafah. If not...
Okay. So yeah, that's been the claim this whole time, and now suddenly they're admitting that it's an ideology and an unwinnable war in the midst of starting a different war, while continuing to occupy all of Gaza, all of Palestinian territory. This was Ayatollah Khamenei from 2 days ago, saying that Israel's attack, the Iran's attack on Israel was legal and legitimate.
Nobody, based on any international laws, has the right to object to the nation of Lebanon and Lebanon's Hezbollah and ask why they are supporting Gaza and the uprising of the Palestinian people. as they have carried out their duty. It is an Islamic ruling and a logical law, and also an international and global logic. Palestinians are defending their land. Their defense is legitimate, and helping them is also legitimate. The brilliant action of our armed forces in the attack on Israel 2 or 3 nights ago was a completely legal and legitimate operation. This reality shows us that any strike on this regime by any person or movement is a service to the entire region, if not all of humanity.
All right, this next one is Benjamin Netanyahu 23 hours ago, saying that Israel will respond to the recent Iranian attack. Although we have not yet completed the removal of the threat, we have clearly changed the course of the war and shifted the balance of the war. But we are not done yet. Iran has twice launched hundreds of missiles into our territory in one of the largest ballistic missile attacks in history. No country in the world would accept such an attack on its citizens, and nor will Israel. Israel has the duty and the right to defend itself and respond to these attacks, and it will do so. Okay, if you say so. Now let's go see this. This is in Israel from a day ago. Protesters in Tel Aviv demanding the release of hostages and an acceptance of the ceasefire deal. All right, now let's go to the West Bank. This is a funeral held for 18 Palestinians recently killed by Israeli strikes. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is not that. This is in Israel. This is actually no. I'm sorry. I take it all back. So sorry. This is actually from the Associated Press 17 hours ago, showing a stabbing, or the aftermath of a stabbing and shooting attack in the Israeli city of Beersheba, leaving at least 1 dead and 10 wounded. Alright, now this is the West Bank, showing that funeral after 18 Palestinians were killed in recent Israeli strikes. This is from Okay, what's next? Okay, yeah, this is showing a particular displaced Gaza family still struggling on after a year of war and suffering. No kidding. No kidding, Associated Press, quite a title. Of course they're still suffering.
سبب المشاكل وجود الاحتلال. لو الاحتلال انتهى ما بتصيرش حروب، ما بتصيرش صراع. احنا صراعنا معهم إلى يوم الدين هيك في القرآن. Sorry, I was trying to pause this. But like, how could you not be suffering living in this? In a glorified garbage bag. In the shape of a greenhouse. In the middle of rubble and the desert, essentially. I mean, come on. Problems happen because of the occupation. If the occupation ends, there will be no wars or conflict. Our conflict with them is until the day of judgment. This is what the Quran says. At least we want to live in peace. They live in a state that we live in a state too. There's no problem with that. The important thing is that the friction ends and that our lives settle down. Oh, and this is that, some of that footage showing, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That is insane. احنا حياتنا تستقر. سنة من الحرب.
A year of war, a year of suffering, of woes, a year of fear, terror. We left our beautiful, safe, calm, and stable home to a life full of displacement, suffering, and torment in every sense of the word. Lack of nutrition, lack of health, lack of privacy, lack of security, safety, and stability. We lost our family and loved ones.
وصلت فينا الحالة إنه
We have reached the point where we envy.
نحسد مين؟
Envy
نحسد
whom?
الناس
We envy the people who were martyred
استشهدوا
because they were relieved while we are still suffering and living the woes and torment. We regret when we compare our lives between the war and after the war. There is no comparison, not 1%. We suffer due to what our lives were like before and what they have become.
نتألم كيف كانت حياتنا وكيف صارت حياتنا.
It is known that a person wakes up from a nightmare within a split second, but this nightmare lasts a year. A whole year. This nightmare, we have not yet woken up from it yet, and it is possible that it will extend beyond this. Certainly seems like Israel's ramping up for just that. Alright, let's go to this. This is the most recent strike. This is 12 hours ago. Reuters, Israel continues barrage on eve of October 7th.
On the eve of the first anniversary of Hamas's October 7 attack on Israel, the country continued its barrage on Gaza. Dozens were killed and wounded when Israeli airstrikes hit a mosque and a school, sheltering displaced people in the enclave early on Sunday. That's according to the Hamas-run Gaza government media office. The Israeli military called the attack precise strikes on Hamas terrorists who were operating embedded in the school and mosque in the Deir al-Balah area in central Gaza, a claim Hamas rejects. Palestinian health officials said at least another 20 people had been killed since Saturday night in northern Gaza after the Israeli army sent tanks into the area for the first time in months and urged residents to leave. Hamas attacked southern Israel on October 7, 2023, killing 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. Israel's subsequent military assault on Gaza has killed nearly 42,000 Palestinians, according to Gaza's health.
And that's a low ball.
It has also displaced nearly all of the enclave's 2.3 million people, caused a hunger crisis, and led to genocide allegations at the World Court that Israel denies.
Illegal.
Israel also battered Beirut's southern suburbs overnight through Sunday morning. It's the most intense bombardment of the Lebanese capital since Israel sharply escalated its campaign against Iran-backed group Hezbollah last month. Israel said its Air Force had conducted a series of targeted strikes on weapons storage facilities and Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure sites.
Sounds like bullshit. I mean, Israel gives us no reason to trust them. Alright. Now, we got two last things to do. I'm going to give you one of these. For having made it to the penultimate video of the evening. This is Oscar-winning actor Javier Bardem denouncing Israel's war on Gaza. At least I think he's an Oscar-winning actor. I could be wrong about that. I could have sworn he recently won an Oscar for something. This was, this was earlier today. At least it was released earlier today by Middle East Eye, although I think it was a night ago. Evidently, oh, I forgot. Oh, shit, I sat back. Sorry, hold on. I sat back on my laurels just now. Totally forgot that I have. I thought Javier had it covered. Forgot he's speaking in Espanol. Alright, let's try this again. Take two. Evidently, talking about this, actually, hold on. It's too loud. It's too loud in my ears. I can't even think. I can't even think. Take three. Take three. I gotta take it down slightly just because it's so loud in my ears. Alright. I can do it. I believe in it. I believe in me. Evidently, talking about this takes me directly to Gaza. What is happening in Gaza is totally unacceptable. It is terrible. It is dehumanizing. I believe that the Israeli government is the most radical government Israel has had in its history. That is committing crimes against humanity. It is committing crimes in international law, investigated by the International Criminal Court. Evidently, the atrocious, terrible, and condemnable attacks, the ruthless attacks by Hamas on 7th of October, do not justify the global punishment, the massive punishment that the Palestinian population is suffering. I believe the impunity enjoyed by the current Israeli government in its actions in Gaza and the West Bank has to change. I believe that. Countries like the United States, Germany, and England especially have to reconsider their logic of behavior and unconditional support when we are witnessing human rights crimes, international law crimes, such as, for example, prohibiting the entry of food, water, medicine, electricity, using, as UNICEF says, warfare against children, and the trauma that is generating for generations. We cannot be indifferent to that. Obviously, what I say or do not say will not change anything. But I believe society is beginning to understand that the legitimate right to criticize any government or state has nothing to do with, in this case, the false accusation of anti-Semitism. Now, these are protests. The last video. Protests outside of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's residence that went on for over an hour. And I think perhaps longer. Oh no, stuff didn't get better. No, unfortunately not good for Gabby. Good to see you. No, stuff has just been continuing to be bad, it would seem.
It's a great day for being sad.
perfect time for that sound shot. It's a great day for being sad.
Come on!
Both of those sound shots are from the same show. Can you name that show? Alright, I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Also turn the volume back up slightly. Is that... What is that sound? What the fuck is that sound? I haven't watched any of this video. This was happening while the stream was going on. I saw it midstream. This was streamed literally 2 hours ago, somewhere around, I don't know, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. At least that's when it ended, so... That guy... This guy looks like David Cross. Am I losing my mind, or does this guy look like David Cross? Someone confirm this for me, please. Although he's slightly more built than David, I would say. But not by much. Oh my god, that sound is absolutely obliterating my ears. I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but I gotta turn it down. I don't know if it's killing you personally, but it is genuinely killing me right now. It is a silent protest though, so I mean, you don't hear them saying anything, which is shocking. I wonder if there's like a noise ordinance or something that they're avoiding getting in trouble for. But this is the only time I've never seen them do a silent protest before. This is very interesting. Oh, the sound's gone. Thank God it's gone. Oh. Oh, thank God. Thank you, BCat. Thank you for confirming that I'm not the only person that thinks he looks like David Cross. Oh, makes me feel so much better. And I think he's almost got a white beard now. His beard has been going grayer and grayer over the years. Yeah, it was the worst sound ever. I'm glad it's gone. This is very interesting. Is this not weird? This is a silent protest. I've never seen a silent protest. At least not in recent history. I know they've happened. Jerry also confirms that that guy looked like, this guy right here looks like David Cross. Thank you. I appreciate all of your... I appreciate everybody here. What's the word? God damn it. My brain just broke. Supporting me. That's not the right word. I can't think of what the word is. Validating. Validating me. Thank you so much. Is David Cross the magician? That's incredibly offensive. No, of course not. David Cross, the comedian, actor from Arrested Development and Bob and David and a bunch of other great stuff. Also, Arrested Development is where those two sound shots come from. Where were they again? Yeah, this one.
It's a great day.
That's George Michael,
For
aka
being sad.
Michael Cera.
Come on!
And that is Will Arnett. What was his character's name? Job. If you don't know David Cross, this is who I'm talking about. David Cross. And there he is with the white beard now. Although in my head, I usually think about him with that mustache as Tobias. I don't know what I'm talking about this. I think I'm just thrown off by the fact that this is a silent protest. Oh, we just went over 6 hours. God damn it. Well, I guess that's it for us. And we don't have hold on. I guess we'll just watch the silent protest part, because I can't translate the I can't translate Hebrew. That's not happening. Wait, where were we? No, not more squeaking. I refuse to have more squeaking. Where were we? Yeah, we're like here. Alright, I think that's probably... I mean, I guess we can just keep watching. We'll keep watching this. I'm probably going to start doing speeches shortly. I wonder if Benjamin Netanyahu will start caring about those hostages. Doesn't seem to be top of his list. I mean, considering the fact that he just started a new war in Lebanon, seems like he's getting distracted. As an introvert and sound-sensitive person, you respect the silent. Hey, you know what? I feel that. I feel that, you know? Everybody's on a different mode, different vibe. Perhaps the silent protests will get to Benjamin Netanyahu more than the loud protests? I don't know. At least the... what's interesting, I find, is that they're not being attacked by the police, which most of the a lot of the protests, at least, have been pretty violent by... To some degree, with... police coming in and attacking protesters, especially the Orthodox. Those ones were probably the most sort of oppressive.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Benjamin Netanyahu could have accepted a ceasefire deal not just 4 months ago, but also a year ago and multiple times in between, but has not. And that's why the hostages are still in Gaza, presumably. Ones that are still alive. Okay. Well, I guess that's it for us tonight. It's quite a long and arduous evening. Thankfully, we had each other to get through it. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, This is Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month by becoming a patron on Patreon yourself. Where a absolute cornucopia of space benefits awaits.